Whereas over the past 40 years, the cost of higher education has been consistently increasing at 2 or 3 times the rate of inflation each year. And whereas nearly 60% of all federal financial aid is in the form of loans, significantly increasing the number of college graduates faced with the burden of paying enormous student loan debt upon entering the workforce. And whereas concerned by the mounting financial strain placed on young professionals, states begin to develop innovative programs designed to help families and students save for their college education. And whereas in 1996, the United States Congress, with bipartisan support, developed Section 529 in the Internal Revenue Code and the resulting federal tax benefits, including tax-deferred treatment of the earnings when used for higher education. And whereas Section 529 of the Internal Revenue Code and the subsequent federal tax benefits led to the development of college savings plans nationwide, and whereas the setting of every community up for retirement enhancement, SECURE Act, signed into law December 20th, 2019, expanded qualified higher education expenses to include repayment of qualified education loans and allowed funds to cover registered apprenticeships. And whereas 529 education savings plans allowed any U.S. citizen or resident to open an account or be a beneficiary of an account, and there are no age or income limitations. And whereas it is the responsibility of the Kansas State Treasurer to administer the Kansas program known as Learning Quest 529 Saving Plan, and whereas the work of the Office of the Kansas State Treasurer to promote savings for college is providing leadership and innovation to improve education and economic opportunities for all Kansans. And whereas Learning Quest 529 Savings Plan allow Kansans to plan for future education expenses for oneself or one's child or grandchild. And whereas to celebrate the longevity and benefits of this program, May 29th, 2021 is nationally recognized as National 529 College Savings Plan Day. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas that we recognize 25 years of 529 education savings plans to assist with educating and training our future workforce, and the importance of providing financial empowerment tools to families across Kansas so they may better afford the rising cost of higher education and reduce reliance on student loans.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you. As a result of this Section 529 in the Internal Revenue Code established 25 years ago, earnings in 529 savings plans grow tax-deferred under both federal and Kansas law and can be withdrawn tax-free for qualified higher education expenses. In addition, Kansas taxpayers may take an annual deduction of up to $3,000 for individuals or $6,000 for married filing jointly. I am honored to have our State Treasurer, Lynn Rogers, with us here today, as well as our Assistant State Treasurer, Lauren Tice Miller, who are no strangers to this chamber, so welcome back. I also want to say hi to Evan Mayhew, who is the Vice President of National Accounts from American Century Investments, who is joining us virtually. Thank you for being with us today, Evan. Since January, more than 11,000 new accounts have been opened, which is a 35% increase over 2020. This increase has been largely attributed to the marketing efforts led by Treasurer Rogers and his team. Thank you for helping invest in higher education for Kansans. Also, by the end of the first quarter, American Century Investments reported $9.2 billion in assets, with the 270,000 Learning Quest 529 accounts, as well as a 98% customer satisfaction rate. In honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, Treasurer Rogers and the Learning Quest teamed up to give away $15,000 to teachers across the state. They received 4,585 nominations and were able to award 15 teachers with $1,000 awards. Lastly, Treasurer Rogers is planning to celebrate 25 years of the 529 by hosting a series of events On May 29th, he will be starting at the Kansas Children's Discovery Center in Topeka, then head to the Flint Hills Discovery Center in Manhattan, and end the day at the Exploration Place in Wichita. Each location will have a drawing to win a 529 scholarship. So with that, I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and Senate Resolution 1721 be adopted by voice vote.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carried. Welcome to the Senate, Treasurer Rogers. Their chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Kelly, Senator Ellie.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate suspend Joint Rule 4K and for the purpose of considering the following bills. House Bill 2187, substitute for Senate Bill 286, Senate substitute for House Bill 2313, and SCR 1611.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carried. Their checker recognizes the Majority Leader from Kelly, Senator Alley.
I move the Senate resolve itself from the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carried. The chair appoints the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning, committee. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2187. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill and adopt a committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2187 would create the first-time homebuyer savings account. It's much like a 529 account that we just discussed in the resolution. It would allow individuals to place up to $3,000 or $6,000 if they are married and filing jointly to be deposited into a special designated account that would name a beneficiary. The beneficiary would then be able to use this money for either a first-time home purchase or a first home-time construction. The money would be subject to recapture if it is not used for the intended purposes. It would also be subject to recapture if the savings account had not been established for more than 1 year. There is a maximum deposit of $24,000 if filing single, or $48,000 if married and filing jointly. The proponents to the bill were the Kansas Real Estate Association, Kansas Bankers Association, and the Heartland Credit Association. The bill did pass. I don't have the exact vote count, but the bill did pass by a very wide margin in the House. With that, Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment.
Have you turned your amendment in?
I have turned in the amendment. It is 2236.
All right. If you'd like to explain your amendment, you may continue.
I would be happy to, Mr. Chair. When we worked this bill in committee, we changed the enactment date on it so that we get it to conference. And At this late date, we have no other bills in conference, so it's kind of silly to go to conference with the House and argue about the enactment date. So all this amendment does is take it back to the statute book as the House had originally written it.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for the senator from Lyon, if he would stand for it.
You will?
Will this require that the bill be reprinted?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longmire.
I don't know.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that it would. And I would just be interested in whether there's a way to confirm that or not, because we would simply be spending money on reprinting a bill if it might be cheaper to just ask the House to concur with our amendments.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longmire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure of the cost of reprinting a bill. If this amendment does not pass for some reason, then we would end up going to conference and doing conference committee reports, of which then it would have to be written anyway. So I'm not sure there's a cost savings there.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would there not also be an opportunity for the House to simply concur with our amendments and not require a conference committee?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longmire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That from a process standpoint, that is certainly an option. I'm not sure the House would be real agreeable because this bill has been under the line for months and they're probably anxiously awaiting it. I might also point out to the good senator from Douglas that there is a cost associated with doing it on the register versus the statute book, so that probably offsets the cost of reprinting the bill.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just hope that we are aware when we make amendments simply to change the register and the statute book, that there are costs to all of it. I do agree that there is a cost to having it in the Kansas Register.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longmire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate the good senator from Douglas bringing this up, but I would also remind her that we are trying to shut down the session, and I'm sure that if I had to go to conference on this for 3 or 4 days, that the cost of keeping the legislature here for this one bill would far exceed the cost of printing a new bill.
Further questions? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not have a question, but I rise in support of the bill. I can tell you that the good senator from Lyon is correct. There are people that are clamoring for this bill. In fact, they asked that the tax committee put it in a conference committee report when we hadn't even seen the bill. I was not willing to do that, so I'm very glad that the senator has brought this to the floor and brought it to us. I think it's going to be helpful to many Kansans, and I appreciate his work and the committee's work on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further questions on the amendment, you may move your amendment. Senator from Lyon, Senator Longmire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and it reports House Bill 2180.
Senator, we're still on the amendment. You will need to move the amendment.
All right, I'll move the amendment. How's that?
Fantastic. You've heard the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Senator from Lyon, Senator Longmire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2187 as amended favorably for passage.
We have a senator who has a further question on the bill. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have one further question. I understand that this bill is defining a first-time homebuyer as someone who hasn't owned like a single-family residence or a condominium. Would it be available to someone who had owned part of a duplex?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longmire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I understand the language is that if your name has been on a real property deed before, then you would be ineligible.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And and I'll look at that again. My other concern is that this is really an opportunity for an individual who has wealth to pass that wealth on, get a tax benefit for it. So if we know many parents want to help their children buy a house, but not every parent can help their child buy a house. So this really is setting up a somewhat limited group of people who would be able to afford such accounts. Can an individual themselves set up an account for themselves?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
The answer to that question is yes, they can.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
I appreciate that. It does make it a little broader. I still remain concerned that this is an important issue in terms of helping people become home buyers, but I think the group that would be able to use this is quite limited. Thank you.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, do you care to respond?
Well, once again, I appreciate the good senators from Douglas's concerns, but I do think we know that we have a housing shortage in Kansas, and if this will promote additional houses either being sold or constructed, then I think the increase in valuation, the increase in tax collections far offset the people who may take advantage of this.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to mention we just honored the 529 account that establishes savings accounts for kids for their educational future, and this is kind of a nice date to have this particular bill for folks to help plan their children's housing needs as well. So while I did have some similar concerns as the senator from Douglas about the narrow scope, I do appreciate this, and I appreciate the work that the Future Caucus put in of a bipartisan effort to put one bill through the House and Senate, and this is that bill. So I do support this and appreciate the chair of our committee for pushing this through. Thank you.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, do you care to respond? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking again at the specific wording on page 1, starting on line 36, where it describes a first-time homebuyer as an individual who has never owned or purchased under contract for deed, either individually or jointly, a single-family owner-occupied primary residence, including but not limited to a condominium unit or a manufactured mobile home that was assessed and taxed as real property. If we don't have time to address this this year, I think we should understand whether a duplex property would be considered a condominium. I would think it would not, and I think that could be an example of a homeowner who is not necessarily a first-time home buyer, but could benefit from this act. Thank you.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, do you care to respond? Any further questions? Third time's a charm. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and it reports House Bill 2187 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We will now turn our attention to substitute for Senate Bill 286. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you. Substitute for Senate Bill number 286 addresses small business relief as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. I think we've all heard across the state in our communities that small businesses have suffered a lot of business impact as they were proceeding through the pandemic and complying with government orders and restrictions to protect public health, such as being closed or restricting the number of occupants that could be in the business, at distancing and things like that. So the intent of 286 is to provide relief for those businesses. And how that would happen is 286 would create a panel of 3, a board, if you will, one person to be appointed by the governor, one by the Speaker of the House, and one by the Senate President. And the board would be charged with looking at claims to be filed by small businesses. Small business includes sole proprietorship, LLCs, LLPs, corporations, who had 50 or less full-time equivalent employees during the period 1 year after the declaration was declared. So that would be March 12th, 2021. The declaration of emergency was declared March 12th of 2020. And ending then on the date that you file your claim for relief under this act. And the number 50 is meant to capture the average number of employees that a small business would have in the state of Kansas. To be a business who qualifies, you have to also be a business who was in existence in the state of Kansas or otherwise authorized to be doing business in Kansas on the date of the declaration of emergency on March 12th, 2020. To make your claim, you would submit your claim to the board, and you would include your 2019, your 2020, and your 2021 tax returns if you have them. You would also have to let the board know whether you had received any other government relief funds, such as PPP, in your business, and how you were negatively impacted by orders of the government, whether that be the state, an executive order, whether that be a county order or a city order. And then you would be in a pool of claimants. You would file your claim between January 1st of 2022 and March 31st of 2022. And the board then would have until the end of year 2022 to either admit or deny your claim, and to either pay or deny the claim. And with then that claims process, you don't get any advantage by being the first to file in that claim period or whether you're the last to file, because the intent is to get you, the business owner, some relief for what has happened to your business through no fault of your own. So I think across the state of Kansas, we've been hearing from mom and pop shops and others that they need some business relief. The funds would be federal funds. They would be mostly ARPA funds that would be coming to the state, so it wouldn't impact the state general fund. And we're getting these funds to private businesses, again, who have been impacted by government decisions. The board would be charged with coming up with the technical procedure process about where you file your claim and things like that. The orders of the board would be published by the Attorney General, the business name and the amount, and the other business records would be kept confidential. They wouldn't be subject to
Please keep it quiet and the chatter to a minimum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've got businesses who have business trade secrets to protect things like that. So it was agreed by the Senate committee to keep those documents confidential by the board and not subject to KORA. We had a robust committee hearing on this. We had stakeholders of all sorts there, all the way from the Kansas Restaurant and Hospitality Association, the Kansas Chamber of Commerce, the counties, the League of Municipalities, and we had no opponents to the bill. We, as a committee, decided to put 100% of the available coronavirus funds into this fund. The panel would be dissolved as of January 1st, 2025, so this is not a permanent panel in place, but it is meant to get private businesses the relief that is available. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would, excuse me, I would ask that we pass over this. I am waiting on an amendment.
Without objection, we'll pass over this bill until the amendment arrives. Seeing no objection, we'll now turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2313. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill and to adopt a committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were amendments in committee. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill came to us from the House. The base bill, currently in Kansas statute, most military personnel, active personnel, have an opportunity to exempt property tax on 2 vehicles. This bill would include National Guard in that language. Also, that's the base of the bill that was brought to us by the House. Then the Senate made some amendments to the bill. I'll go over those now. The first was that we added the 20 mil, that this body has been worried about, the 20 mil school funding that we pass every other year is in this bill. We also, this body passed legislation that would allow the governor to appoint former BOTA members as temporary members to the board in order to fill positions and catch up on some of the cases that they're behind. The language that we had before said there had to be more than 1 vacancy. I think that was to appease, well, I know it was. There were people that thought we were playing political games and using this as an excuse to block the governor's nominees. That was not the case. Now that everybody is comfortable, I'd like to take that language. We amended that language so that if there is any vacancy on the board, the governor has leeway in order to appoint a temporary. It is not mandated, it is optional. I think this helps all of us, all Kansans, in order to expedite the cases that are before the Board of Tax Appeals. The Senate Bill 149 was brought to us. It was introduced by Representative Corbett. He had been calling me during the pandemic and the shutdown, extremely frustrated about businesses having to pay property tax without having a resource for income. So this has 2 sections on their property tax. One is retro, meaning if a business was shut down in 2020, they could qualify to apply for a rebate. There are requirements on that rebate, such as they cannot have received $150,000 more of other assistance. The maximum of the rebate is $7,500. The rebate is only eligible for actual days that you were shut down or working at diminished capacity. It does exclude several types of businesses that were not shut down or received aid in other manners. Only 1 claimant per retail storefront per year is available. Claims would be filed with the Department of Revenue. You must be paid up on your taxes. They cannot be delinquent from 2019 or prior in order to qualify. Fraudulent claims will be disallowed and a Class B misdemeanor for filing any such claims. Claims are subject to informal conference and appeal to the Board of Tax Appeals in a process similar to income tax appeals if you feel that you should have gotten the money and you didn't. The state pays the claim, but the county where the business is located would reimburse the state 33% of the claim. The other portion of the claim is going forward. So if there was an emergency declared and businesses were shut down, that for the days that that business is shut down and not allowed to operate, they would not owe property tax on those dates. With that, I stand for question.
Are there questions for the senator from Lynn? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. According to the Senate Rule number 27, I make a motion to divide the question.
A request to divide is in order when it is in writing. The question is in writing. Would the doorman please distribute the question? The division of the question has been distributed. The question appears to be divided into two parts. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, to describe part one of the divided question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just divided into two parts. All session, several have been asking for a clean vote on the 20 mills. So this is just separating that 20 mills into one part, and that will be the first vote, and then the second is the remainder of the bill.
Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an easy vote. We vote yes on both of them. We keep them both. We keep the 20 mil, and we keep the rest of the bill. What the senator, the ranking senator, is trying to do is prioritize schools over businesses. We had businesses that were shut down, were not allowed to make an income, but they are obligated on their property taxes. If these businesses do not exist, the schools will suffer. We need to do everything we can to keep those businesses intact and operating in the state of Kansas. So I ask the body support both sides of the question. Retain both portions. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes. Would you care to respond?
I would not say this is a vote for schools or businesses. This is, several have been promised a clean vote on the 20 mills, and this is the way in which we are pursuing it, because we did not get a clean bill with only the 20 mills.
Chair recognizes the senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is a culmination of months of work by the tax committee. There's multiple parts to it that have been worked through slowly, steadily, been built by the committee. This is a quality bill from start to finish, and for one individual to come in and disrupt the work of the entire committee is a problem for me. And I strongly recommend that we keep this together. Thank you.
The senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, care to respond?
I don't know how I'm disrupting the process. If I wanted to disrupt the process, I would have had several amendments, gutting several different pieces, or taking out, or providing alternatives. I am giving everyone a vote on exactly what the bill is. It's just dividing it into two parts.
Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the carrier of the motion stand for a question?
She will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask the carrier of the motion where and who promised her a clean vote, and what does she mean by a clean vote? I don't take dirty votes.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
That's good to know that you take only clean votes. I appreciate that. Several discussions on this floor was that we would have a vote on the 20 mills, and it has been said that at times that it would come in a clean bill. That is how we have normally passed 20 mills in the past.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am, as chair of the tax committee and carrier of many of the bills that we've seen this session, I have never seen or used the word clean, or I said that we would see the 20 mil again, that it was in conference, it's conferenceable, it can be put in a conference committee report, and that it was going to be put in in another bill in the tax committee, which is 2313.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Every member of this body can divide a question. I chose to divide the question and offer a vote on only the 20 mil position on this. So everyone has their vote. They can vote yes, they can vote no, they can vote yes on both, they can vote no on both. I'm just asking that I get a vote on the two sections.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not questioning the motion. The motion is absolutely in order. I wanted to make it clear to the body that as tax chairman, I have never said clean vote until today, the word clean. And we did not even give the implication that it would be a separate vote. But since the carrier of the motion would like to see a separate vote, I just ask that the body support both. Well, actually, if you don't want to support the 20 mil, that's fine by me. But I ask that you keep the second part of the bill, at least. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, do you care to respond? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Mr. Chair, is it appropriate to talk about the ideas versus the procedural motion at this point?
It is.
Okay, on both motions?
We're on the first.
First is just the 20 mil?
Correct.
Okay, I'll hold my questions then. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes? Seeing none, you may close on your first part of the motion.
I move that we close the first part, and I would encourage a yes vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Chair is in doubt. A roll call has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger.
To be clear, a yes vote is a vote to retain the first part. A no vote is a vote to not retain the first part. A yes vote is in favor of the 20 mills. A no vote would be against the 20 mills. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the clarification. I would just like a little further clarification. Is the vote whether to split the question, or
division.
we've already split it into two, and now we are voting on the first question, yay or nay?
Yes.
Whether to keep the 20 mills in or not?
Correct. A request to divide the question is always in order, and it is automatic when requested, so that has already been done.
So we have divided the question, and we're just voting on the first one.
You are voting on the 20 mills to keep that in the bill or to take it out.
Thank you.
The clerk will call the roll and we will start the roll over.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Blaze. Horson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Fauskido. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Luce. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Heil. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator,
Chairman.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson?
Should we hold the roll for a couple of senators that are missing?
Knowing the whereabouts of Senator Longbine, will continue as every senator had an opportunity to vote. Does any senator wish to change their vote? Any senator wish to explain their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "35 having voted in favor, 4 passing, 1 not voting. The motion carries. We are back on the bill and we will return to the second part of the divided question. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, to explain the second part of the divided question.
This second part of this is the remainder of the bill, and I would yield to the senator from Lynn.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would add, when I gave my explanation of the bill, there was one portion that there's a topic that has come up over the years about government competing against businesses, for-profit businesses, and nonprofit competing against for-profit businesses. And the committee took a quick look at this. We didn't have the time that needed to do our due diligence. So the thought process was to require a legislative post-audit for this year to take a look at the economic impact of taxes and how that impacts our businesses when we're competing against nonprofit and for government. So we've got some really good stuff in this legislation. I hope that the people will vote, my colleagues, my good colleagues will vote to keep the second part of the bill too. As I said, it's very important for businesses. It sends a strong message that we're here for you that we need you, our schools need you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the good senator could stand, the senator from Lynn could stand for a question.
Senator from Lynn, would you stand for a question?
Yes, I will.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Bill, I appreciate all the work the good committee did in terms of putting this together over the many months and crafting this. I have a question on the disaster emergency declaration property tax reimbursements from the county level. Is it right to read this as if a business is shut down anytime in the future by the government entity, and I'm just seeking clarification, quite honestly, by a government entity like the county due to, say, a declared disaster, that at that point in time, they will, as long as they're shut down, will be allowed to have their property taxes reimbursed from, basically, it sounds like the end of this year off into the future. Is that how I'm reading this right?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That portion of the bill is going forward, so that would have to be a new emergency declaration. It would not be in effect on this emergency declaration.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
But I am from a future declaration, any kind of declaration of emergency. Basically, it sounds like what we're offering to the business owners, all business owners that would be shut down by any emergency disaster, that they would have basically no property taxes effectively for as long as they're shut down. And that would be the responsibility of the counties or the cities that, that put those property taxes on those businesses. Is that right?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would be the governing body that shut them down. Yes, they would not owe property tax. The intent of this bill is to stop businesses from being shut down during an emergency.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Appreciate that, and I do appreciate the intent. Does this also affect when, say, unfortunately in Leavenworth County, we had a tornado come through, we had an emergency disaster. Would all the businesses affected by that emergency also be eligible for no property taxes if their business was affected?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, could you repeat the question?
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
No problem. I'm just wondering, is this for all emergency disaster declarations, whether it's localized, for example, a tornado impacts a county, or is it more of specific to, say, a COVID shutdown?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's all emergency disasters.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
And I was just curious, during the hard work of the tax committee over the last 3 months, was there any opposition by cities and local governments who might be affected by these emergency disasters that perhaps they would have no revenue base to reestablish themselves in the event of for example, a class 4 tornado that comes through and they have a state of emergency for, say, 6 months as they rebuild that community? Was there any opposition to that effect inside the committee?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I don't see a local government shutting down businesses during a state of emergency of a tornado. The business name may not be able to operate because of the disaster or the damage the tornado caused, but the government would not have shut them down, so there would not be any obligation there.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you. That does provide clarification. So effectively, if the government gets involved and does some kind of a limitation on the business and shuts it down completely, in that circumstance, they're responsible for the reimbursement. That is clarification. What if, just one last question, if it's a partial shutdown, say a bar, for example, only has half capacity due to some kind of restrictions off in the future with a future emergency declaration, say another flu hits in 2 years' time, are those folks also going to get reimbursed on their taxes, or is it only if it's completely shut down?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's gradated.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Senator from Lynn, Senator
It's a
Tyson.
gradient scale based on the capacity of shutdown.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
So if we do something like a half, they would be, I guess the obvious thing is if it's gradient at half shutdown or perhaps some kind of restriction, there's some way to determine, I suppose, is what we're saying. There's a gradient scale that someone determines. I guess that's what the senator was saying, right?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like the senator from Leavenworth to understand it is on a gradient scale, so it's based on the percentage capacity of shutdown and the number of days. It's an equation that is calculated when they file for the rebate.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the carrier of the bill would stand for a question.
She will.
What is the fiscal note of this bill?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The fiscal note is approximately $30 million for 2020 for the shutdowns, and it's estimated to be about 23,000 parcels of property that were impacted. And the fiscal note for 2021 is estimated to be approximately $16 million.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
On those 23,000 properties, is there an estimate for the dollar amount that could be?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
That was the estimate. It's estimated to be the fiscal note in 2020 is approximately $30 million, just under. And then in 2021, it's approximately $16 million. The committee did check with the Department of Commerce. There is still CARES money that has not been allocated that would absolutely cover this fiscal note.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. And this is not a large dollar amount, but when you keep adding continually 30 million here, 326 that we're already overspending on our budget that was passed prior to omnibus budget, where we have not looked at judicial pay raises. We're not looking at the 2.5% pay raise for statewide employees. We still have not funded education. We are out of our maintenance of effort of the $106 million, where we will be losing our federal dollars for higher education and K-12. I have serious concerns with this bill, and I would ask that you vote no.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, do you care to respond?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wow. You know, I know that each one of us has different priorities in this chamber and in our life. But to put judicial salaries increases, court increases for salaries above businesses that were shut down, closed their doors. I had constituents clamoring. They had no idea where to turn. These were sole proprietors who had ran their own business for years. Their income was completely shut off. Their financial obligations were still owed. Their utility bills were still owed. Their property taxes were still due. And they had absolutely no source of income. Prime example, think about your hairdressers, your barbershops. These people had never even considered collecting unemployment in their life. And then they had to turn to a system that was so broken, everybody in this room, probably everybody in the state now, is at least aware, every adult is aware of how broken that system was. This is some relief up to $7,500 for each business. And we're telling them loud and clear, yes, you are a priority for this state.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions for the senator from Lynn.
Senator from Lynn, will you stand for a question?
Yes.
Thank you. The question for the senator from Leavenworth made a couple things come to mind, and I'm curious. When you said that if like they had 50% capacity, they paid 50% of the tax. Is that correct? Is that how I'm understanding that?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Could he repeat the question?
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Sure. I apologize, I wasn't very clear. It was be proportioned, the property tax relief versus how much they're closed by, like they're going to have 50% capacity seating, then they only have to pay 50% of their property tax. Am I catching that right?
Your percentage is not correct. It is a prorated, but it is not 50 for 50. It's not dollar for dollar.
Okay, then that's
from
I'm sorry.
Finney, Senator Dahl.
My bad. So if they have takeout and such, how's that figured into the equation?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. Restaurants, I think they may be one of the listed businesses that are actually excluded. Let me pull up that list.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
She doesn't need to look that up. I was just, but if that's been addressed, that was something. The other one I had a concern with is if we say a government shuts a business down, I'm just making sure that this is covered in the bill, that let's say that they're shut down on their own merit because their kitchen's dirty or something like that. They will still have to pay property tax, correct?
Yes.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is absolutely correct. We made sure that they had to be shut down because of an emergency declaration. We did not want any businesses, bad players, as you may call them, not to qualify for this rebate. And we did put a penalty in just in case somebody would try to collect this money that was not eligible.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask the body, where do you think taxes come from? You can think about that for a minute. You can't shut down a business and keep paying government and expect it to work. Okay, I'm a small business owner. Last year's second quarter, guess what? My business paid no taxes because I made no money because the government shut down businesses. So I just think it's appalling that we think that you can shut down a business and guess what? Government workers that entire time were getting paid. Businesses weren't. They weren't getting paid. And it was for no fault of their own. They were forced to shut down. So again, where do you think taxes come from? You cannot shut down a business and expect the money to be there. It doesn't work that way. Again, this is appalling to me. I mean, this is why I ran for office in the first place. I was shocked that the government could actually shut down a business and expect to keep paying everyone in the government. That does not work. So I would just like the body to think about that. Where do taxes come from? Thank you.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we all are pretty familiar with where taxes do come from. And I do appreciate the intent of this bill in terms of, we all know about the pandemic and that it was very, very difficult on both our workers, our employees, our businesses, our kids, our parents, our grandparents, and a lot of the first responders out there that are paid for by those taxes, as well as the businesses. But I have a question specifically on the retail side. And I understand retail definitely hit by this. There's a lot, if I could ask the senator from Lynn a question on that, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Lynn, will you stand for a question?
I will, but may I first respond to his opening remark?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the good senator from Shawnee had an excellent question. The senator from Leavenworth pointed out that, yes, we all know where taxes come from, but I think sometimes we forget. So I think it was a good reminder for this body. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will stand for a question.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
I thank you all for that reminder and appreciate that. If we look at the businesses that are going to get the retail relief, I'm just curious, if I read through the list of those that would not be permitted, it includes grocery stores, pharmacies, hardware stores, home improvement businesses, retail liquor stores, food processors, schools, including private pre-kindergarten through post-secondary, hospitals, healthcare providers, including dentists, property managers, those who deal with real estate services, professional services, vacation or short-term rental operators, passive businesses, financial businesses that are into lending, and a number of other companies. So are we excluding those specifically because maybe during our last emergency declaration, those were essential? Is that the notion behind, why are we excluding so many for this important relief? And I'm just curious about that.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like it made to clear to the senator from Leavenworth and the body, that is the retro portion, listing those out. Because we know that those were considered, there were businesses deemed essential and some non-essential. The non-essential were shut down. So we wanted to make it clear in the bill of who could apply for the retro. Going forward, that is not the case. It's
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you for that clarification. And now I see that it was retro, so I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, on the second portion of the division? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, to close on the second portion of the divided question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a question about priorities. And for the last 5 years, my priorities have been being fiscally conservative and trying to pass a sustainable budget where we can go in and fix those broken systems like the Senator from Lynn talked about, Department of Labor. Because we have continuously given tax breaks and avoided funding core government services. So my priorities are trying to balance a budget and not overspend what we are bringing in. So with that, I would encourage all of you to vote no on this section. Thank you.
Motion before you is to retain part 2 of the question containing the balance of the bill. All those in favor of retaining part 2 signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee rise and report progress.
excuse me, Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
So we're going to shut down discussion on the bill? We're about to close on it.
Senator, we're waiting on amendments. we're going to break for lunch.
For this bill? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, do you have a point of order?
Well, I do have an amendment ready to go, but I will obviously defer to leadership in the running of the floor. So,
Thank you. The chair recognizes the senator from Cowley, Senator Alley, for a motion to rise and report progress.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Before recessing, are there announcements? I do have one announcement as chairman of the Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice. Tomorrow, Wednesday, May 5th, we will be meeting at 8 a.m. in room 546S for approval of minutes and election of officers. Are there other announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Republicans will caucus at 1:30 in room 548, and I yield to the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus in our regular room, 287 North, at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate recess till 2 p.m.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carried. The Senate is recessed. Senate will come to order. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report on SB 60. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on SB 47.
Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Mr. President, your Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance begs leave to submit the following report. The following appointment was referred to and considered by the committee, and your committee recommends that the Senate approve and consent to such appointment. By the Governor, Member, State Banking Board, Mary Berry, Senator Longvine, Chairperson.
We will now return to the Committee of the Whole with Senator Clays in the chair.
The chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make just a couple brief comments about the bill. First of all, I do want to thank Chairwoman Tyson and the Tax Committee. I do want to echo the comments that were made earlier during debate of the bill. A lot of time was put into this bill. As a matter of fact, this may sound sacrilegious, but I can remember several calls I had with the good senator from Onow guy. I got to look him up here. The senator from Reno, Senator Stephan. I remember we talked at length over Easter weekend about this particular piece in the bill, the COVID-19 Retail Storefront Property Tax Relief Act. Mr. Chairman, here's why I like this bill. You know, for better or for worse, I've been ranking on the tax committee, maybe ever since I've been the senator. I can't remember if Senator Lee had it and then I came in, but I think I've been at least ranking on at least 2 terms, if not 3. And you know, being on tax committee, I mean, it really comes down to, you know, taxes really, when you boil it down to, it's basically what are the priorities of the citizens. And I think we can all have honest, you know, agreements and disagreements on what should be, you know, what are our priorities and what should be maybe, you know, not as taken as seriously at the moment. I know there have been tax pieces that I have not viewed as being a priority, and I voted accordingly. But I will tell you, coming into this session in particular, I was determined that if there's any way I could work with others in a good manner, basically in a productive manner, to really provide some tax relief to those, basically those people and businesses that have been ravaged by COVID-19. And when I say it, Mr. Chairman, I say it not because I have a particular axe to grind with, you know, the state or locals of, you know, mandating mask orders or shutdown orders or, you know, basically orders that would curtail operations. I personally don't. But what I do view, basically, work in this area is that a recognition by the state and local units that both people and business entities have unduly suffered, not because of any negligence on the state or local government's part, but because that's just the way it is. Let's face it, the last time we saw something like COVID-19 was what, over 100 years ago, with the Spanish flu. And so obviously there's going to be a lot of basically not only death, but a lot of personal grief, but also financial grief. And so, Mr. Chairman, coming into the session, I was really hoping to basically do some pieces of legislation that would really help address those people, entities that have been left behind. And I just want to let the body know that when it comes to this, what we in the tax may refer to as the retroactive portion, I do believe this is a good piece of legislation. You know, many of you, like me, are small businesses in here. Well, maybe have big businesses. Heck, I don't know. But you know the stories, well, not the stories, but you know the programs from the federal government. You know, for example, things like PPP. And obviously, when you look at like those businesses that qualified for PPP, you can actually look up stories, and you can find out basically that, you know, those businesses that had access to the community, the local bankers, they got their money. We also know a lot of businesses got turned away. We see multiple stories in the media about, for example, like black-owned businesses in you know, our poor urban areas of the state. Or it could be maybe like rural, very rural areas of the state as well too. They didn't get the access that, you know, obviously the more, I would say, you know, well-connected businesses did. And so I wanted to be sure that we had something here, Mr. Chairman, that really helped out those businesses, particularly that maybe did not have a seat at the table when it came to federal programs, access to grants and whatever, that did not get their fair share. And so I was happy to work with other members on the committee, particularly Senator from Reno, on, I think, putting together a piece of legislation that really, I think, attempts to do that. You know, once again, we're limiting that portion of the retro piece. You know, if you're a business that has already received $150,000 or more, you know, from federal grants or, you know, whatever, state grant programs, whatever, you know, you don't qualify for this. And we all know personally of stories in businesses in our districts, and Senator Tyson nailed it right, excuse me, Senator from Parker, Lynn, Senator Tyson nailed it right on the head when she talked about, I mean, literally, you have beauty shops, you've got barber salons, you've got tattoo parlors. I mean, you have all these small businesses barely hanging on as it goes before the pandemic comes along. And so I'm very positive about this piece of the legislation that is in that bill. I think we have made it broad enough. We also put in some common sense things because this is really targeted, keep in mind, for not only those non-essential businesses, but those businesses that have basically use commercial storefront property. Because when you think about that, Mr. Chairman, it's not just those businesses that are taking a revenue hit, okay? Those businesses are also taking either a direct property tax hit if they own the property, or they're taking a hit through having to continually pay a lease. That was one of the reasons why in this retro piece of this, Mr. Chairman, that we did not put in the property owners. We want to be sure that those people were in business. We've got good controls here, said that business has to be legitimately established. It's not like somebody can just come in and set this up after the fact and try to basically squeeze some dollars out of the state. So once again, you know, have no idea how much longer I'm going to be here in the Senate, but if we get this retro piece through, I can honestly say that this, to me, is a targeted piece of tax legislation really trying to help those that fell down. And make no mistake, I mean, if the business, you know, say if they subsequently went out of business, they can still get some relief under this. And I think that is so important. I will also, though, tell you my second concern, Mr. Chairman. Not only for the businesses that are going to be impacted by COVID. And folks, make no mistake, when we talk about the impacts of COVID on businesses, it's not just the short term of basically the lost sales, the overhead that couldn't be basically paid down. We're talking about a permanent change in business models. And some of these establishments, they're not coming back, period. Or they may have to fundamentally alter the way they do business and come back looking a whole lot different. That's going to be a struggle. And I think this is what this bill, in a small way, helps them make the transition. And make no mistake about this. This is not just a one-for-one property tax on the retro piece. This was basically, we're giving them a third back. We're giving them basically capped at $7,500. Okay? By God, it's not going to allow a big corporation to rip off the state, but it will allow a small sole proprietorship, a small partnership, okay, people who are hanging on by their fingernails before, Mr. Chairman, to get through this. And if they can't get through it, at least it will give them a little bit more cushion as they rebuild. Because make no mistake, when the autopsy is done on the economic landscape of COVID-19, you're not going to be seeing the death knell or the tombstones written for the large multinationals, the large regional organizations. It's going to be those small mom and pops all across America. I do think we owe them some duty to help pull them up if we can. My second concern, Mr. Chairman, would actually deal, once again, as a result of COVID, on another constituent, Mr. Chairman. And in that constituent I talk about, I'm going to really focus on what I feel are particularly vulnerable right now during and post-pandemic, and that's going to be basically our fixed income seniors. When you think about the last big recession prior to the COVID, 07, 09, we saw what happened. And everybody thought that coming out of that recession, we're going to see business coming back bigger and better. We're going to see more and more jobs, more and more opportunity. Well, some jobs did come back, but what happened, Mr. Chairman, is as a result of that recession, those businesses restructured. They downsized, they got more efficient, they automated. And when you go back and look at that, you'll find that older workers were cast aside. They were either economically cast aside, Mr. Chairman, because basically they were shown the door, or they were basically given, Mr. Chairman, basically reduced work hours. And I would just ask my Senate colleagues, make no mistake about this, this is the same thing that we're going to see as we come out of this pandemic. Because think about the disruption of the business models. We had people coming into office every day, okay? That's out the door. I can tell you this is open business eyes, Mr. Chairman, where why, if they don't need that commercial space, why in the world would they want it? You know? Why would they want it? And I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, we know from our own stories that our older workers in this state are being cast aside once again. They're facing reduced hours. They're losing their jobs. Why? Because when you're an older worker, you typically get paid more. And I can tell you, this is a right-to-work state. Okay? The cold hard facts of businesses is that you're going to get the job done the least amount of money needed. Another thing I found interesting about this whole discussion about COVID, Mr. Chairman, you know, I saw in a story in the Journal World, this was about a couple weeks ago, and it was talking about how our unemployment levels they're low again. You know, they're down to like what, 3.5%, 4%? And in a normal economy, okay, that's a good thing because you're never going to get it to zero. And I know there are some people in this body that says, well, I have, you know, so many job openings are not getting filled. Well, those job openings, a healthy number of them, that's normal when you are at equilibrium in a workforce. You should have jobs that are open. You should have employees that are sitting on the sidelines. But that's at equilibrium, and they work themselves out, and that's what we're at now. But my point, Mr. Chairman, is that in this Journal World story talking about the lower unemployment rate, it also talked about how this state had lost, I believe, like 69, 70,000 jobs. Where did those jobs go? And who lost those jobs? Another phenomenon, Mr. Chairman, I've found about with COVID, and maybe it's just more, I guess I would say, illuminating to me. You know, I recently lost my mother to Alzheimer's about 3 years ago. Yeah, this is old news, not big. But going through that process, you know, my dad and I, Mr. Chairman, we talked about what are options for Mom. Are we going to put her, you know, in an assisted living center? You know, is it time maybe for them both to go in a center? Or maybe he can live with her and they can be side by side. Think about what COVID has done, though, Mr. Chairman, is that when you talk to older people today, you hear them still talking about going to an independent living facility. You hear them, you know, going to, you know, putting mom or dad in assisted living. Well, you may, Mr. Chairman, but me, the big answer is no. There's a couple reasons for that. Number one, they realize what this pandemic has done, and in the situations where you have something like this, you could lose an unanticipated access to a loved one, and that's scary. But I will also tell you, Mr. Chairman, there are also reasons why people are staying home because they can't afford to look at those options anymore. When you look at people in their early and mid-60s who are now being downsized, who are now being, right-sized, I guess that's the PC proper term on this, you know, they're not making as much money. And as these people get towards retirement age, if they haven't been booted off their jobs already, you know, the thought of going to assisted or independent living, I contend that's out the window. And what they're going to do now is they're going to want to stay home. That was one of the things we had a tax credit bill before us today, not today, but a couple weeks ago, where basically we had hospice services being delivered in home. And I think that is where we need to get people thinking. Because at the end of the day, you know, we have Medicaid recipients, we have older folks, and we're going to have more of them because they don't have as much juice now in the bank because they've been up in it because of COVID. Okay, we're going to have to deal with this. It makes sense from a policy standpoint, from the state's own selfish perspective. We talk about delivering social services to those in need, try to keep people in their own homes until they pass. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment. It is amendment number 2235.
The amendment appears long. We'll pause for a moment to pass it out. Senator from Douglas, do you prefer to have your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
Oh, I think I can explain it. I'll try to keep it pithy, Mr. Chairman. Body, what you have before you, hopefully the third time's a charm here. This is something you may have heard referred to as the Golden Years Homestead Property Tax Freeze Act. This is a bill that I have talked with many of you on both sides of the aisle, has received strong bipartisan support. This bill is germane to the underlying, this amendment is germane to the underlying bill because they both subject matter is tax. Both deal with property tax. And the reason I'm excited about this amendment, Mr. Chairman, is because I think we're at a point now when we're at this critical juncture in our state's history, here being the legislature, as we wrap up the session, as we think about, you know, things that we have done for our constituents that are vulnerable. A big vulnerable population is those older homeowners on fixed incomes, okay, and basically so they don't get taxed out of their homes. Now, I cannot speak for every district in this room, in the state, Mr. Chairman. I can only tell you for my district and those senators on both sides of the aisle who have shared with me. But I can tell you, when we talk about taxes in the 3rd district, the biggest gripe complaint, comment, whatever from my constituents is every year I get people telling me, Tom, I'm getting taxed out of my home. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? And, you know, it's easy, I guess, on one hand, because you can just say, well, they're just another constituent like, you know, this special interest group or that special interest group. You know, it's no big deal. They're just somebody else griping for, you know, some reason. But when you think about what has happened to the economy here, Mr. Chairman, say over the past couple decades even, I mean, our fixed income seniors who do own a home, who are fortunate enough to have scraped together the money to own a home, they are in an incredible bind. You know, I can remember, once again, harking back to my dad, during the 70s and the 80s, you know, he had the Carter years, the inflation through the roof. You know, somebody who was not a sophisticated investor, Mr. Chairman, they could put, you know, their money in CDs, virtually risk-free, you know, get 6-7%. Heck, you know, sometimes you got a lot more than that. And they had a way to stay on top, to stay afloat. But you look at today's economy, and make no mistake, today's economy is rigged by debt. Because that's why we don't have any savings accounts that pay a healthy interest rate. Our economy is rigged to spend. Spend, spend, spend. And when you look at those fixed income citizens, Mr. Chairman, where are they to go? If they want to earn a return, they've got to get involved in the risky stock market. And that's just a non-starter for so many seniors today. I mean, who could literally lose what little life savings they have, you know, with a hiccup. So to cut to the chase here, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. What the Golden Years Property Tax Freeze Program does is it basically says, okay, for our seniors who are 65 or our physically injured, or at least, I'm sorry, our veterans, Mr. Chairman, who are at least 50% disabled or more, okay, they basically will have an opportunity, they get to freeze, quote unquote, their property taxes. And this freezing, this setting of the watermark, as it were, this starts in 2020. And then starting then with tax year 2021, and so keep this in mind, this is going to be next spring, when they're all doing their income tax returns for 2021, they'll be able to receive their first rebate under the Homestead Property Tax Freeze Program. Now here's how this works. I want to be very clear about this. That property tax owner every year will be paying the full amount that they owe to the county, which gets distributed to the local units, as you well know. What the state does each year is it basically pays that property tax owner, pays that property owner a rebate. And the rebate, Mr. Chairman, the rebate is the difference between the dollar amount that they paid the year that it was froze and every year after that in which it got raised. Now, we know in this state you've got two situations. There are basically high density areas, suburban areas where your property taxes go up year after year after year after year. And you know that's happening because you look at basically the few areas in this state that are growing, northeast and south central, you got more people moving in, okay, you got fewer housing resources, it's just automatically driving the price up. We also, Mr. Chairman, have the situation of where you've got out in our rural areas, what if the one factory town dries up and blows away? What if the Menards or, you know, one of the big box stores gets a tax ruling that says, you know, we have overestimated, you know, basically their tax liabilities, and that tax property now is significantly reduced on the rolls? what's going to happen? That tax burden shifts, and it's going to be most detrimental to those fixed income residential homeowners that are stuck. They don't have the money to get out of their house. They barely have the money just to meet their property tax as it is and pay utilities. And now their stuff goes up year after year after year. So that's basically the genesis of this, Mr. Chairman. The qualifying features is that your homestead, first of all, it is your homestead where you live. You basically have to have a house value of $395,000 or less. There is an annual income, ceiling of $50,000 or less. And there's details on how you compute, particularly the income. But basically, once you qualify to freeze, every year after that, if your property tax went up, you get the ability to file a reclaim and get a rebate. And so that pretty much is it in a nutshell. As I said, the committee, I do want to thank Chairwoman Tyson, the committee, for basically humoring me on this. I've been after this for like 3 long years. We have fly-spec'd this thing to death. Would happy to stand for questions. I'm sure I'm probably kind of giving you a high-level thing, but I know a lot of you are familiar with this anyway. So I'd be happy to stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I realize the carrier of the amendment said he'd stand, but I know our protocol is to ask, so I am asking. Will he stand for a question?
He will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple of questions. One, I would ask the carrier of the bill or the amendment. We have seen this a couple of times in this body, almost specifically with this language, but there does appear to be one change that I would like to ask the carrier about, and it's the average percent change in statewide valuation, that the threshold is a multiplier of the cost of the living adjustment determined by the Department of Revenue. So it's got an automatic multiplier increase on the valuation of the property. Is that correct on page 2?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
That is correct. And to provide a little background, more flesh around the bone, as it were, I hope this is enough. You know, when I talk to fellow senators, we do realize that we have certain districts in this state that basically we have people of modest means just because the place where they live, their home appraisal values are extremely high. And so what we're trying to do here is we recognize that, you know, when we picked the $395,000 ceiling on that, Mr. Chairman, you know, you kind of got to figure out where to start. And so what we're trying to do is basically we recognize that property prices will continue to rise over time. And that's what this is intended to do. There's also a separate COLA mechanism on the income. Once again, the idea is that we're trying to have these built-in mechanisms that softly / gradually readjust over time so that we do take into account that basically, yes, homesteads typically rise in value over time, as well as income levels. So that's the purpose of it, if that was hope that addresses the question.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It does. I would ask, does he have an idea of what type of increase we're looking at annually?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I do not know. I would just say that I know from my own understanding of just historical real estate prices across this nation, you're talking in a healthy market, not a hyperinflated market, you're talking probably about, over time, about 1% to 2%. And I think this is where this will come in at. And I think it's one of the things of our tax committee is if this is implemented, we do bird dog this and manage that. But that would be my expectation, that how this would roll out going forward.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, there would come a point where it wouldn't matter since the maximum claim an amount is $5,000 per year. Is that correct?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
That is correct. I want to be very clear to the body why there is a $5,000 annual rebate cap. The purpose is that once again, you're trying to strike that fine line of you want to respect people's privacy, but you also want to be sure that people aren't gaming the system. And what I mean by that is that, and once again, there will be certain neighborhoods where you may have, and this isn't a lot of neighborhoods, but you have some neighborhoods of where you have an older person who lives in a neighborhood where here come the mansions. And through no fault of their own, through no improvements of their own, boom, those prices start going up, and their appraisal values automatically rise through no fault of their own. Okay, but you also have a situation, and for those people, we don't want to penalize them on the rebate. But the other situation you have is that once a person qualifies their property for this, and once again, we do have what we feel is a fairly reasonable starting point at $395,000. You could have somebody hypothetically that would come in and make massive, say, improvements to their property. We don't have the real estate police on this policy, Mr. Chairman, to tease out who is in which camp. And so that's why we felt that having a $5,000 cap on this, will at least be some basically safety valve. And we will be able to look at this data at a macro level from legislative research as the program starts. And we'll see eventually what people are up to. If we have to tune it to keep out the games being played, we can do that.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also ask, would this be the third program that we have on property tax, or would we be sunsetting or combining with one of the two programs that already exist?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Great question. I appreciate the chairwoman asking me that. And this is one of the reasons, one of the things why I'm introducing this bill. Just so the body is aware, we have two circuit breaker, quote unquote, property tax relief bills currently in the books. And they work very similar to this in that when the homeowner fills out basically their K-40, then they will actually apply a rebate, they'll fill out a claim application on those existing programs. The problem we have on these two circuit breakers is that, number one, they're either oriented around the concept of there is a disability with the homeowner, and the top level rebate amounts as I believe is too meager, but it's a very small pool of homeowners. And the second program is designated around basically a group of individuals who basically have very limited income, $20,000 or less. This is why I introduced this, is because we have a much greater population of seniors out there who are caught in this literal hell of property taxes going up every year and not being able to make up the difference. And so what we have done, Mr. Chairman, is basically to help pay for this program, which starts tax year 2021, we'll be phasing out at the end of tax year 2020 the Safe Senior Program. So that's what this does. And that was done, number one, on a couple of things. I have received feedback from a number of different parties who are very concerned about the fiscal note of this. I get that, although I think it's very manageable personally. But the second thing is that in addition to that, by getting rid of that program, well, it just reduces the fiscal note of that. So that's why that was done. And when you look at the numbers of this, Mr. Chairman, we're talking about a program, I believe, that we're talking about really 80,000 additional households. They're going to be able to leverage this. And it just blows away the current applicants / beneficiaries of the circuit breakers that we currently have. And the final thing I want to add to the body with this, this is yet another circuit breaker. And we talk about a circuit breaker, this doesn't require a constitutional amendment. The state in its constitution is not discriminating or prejudicing against different people within the same property class of ownership. It's the state making a policy decision to basically assist some of those on particular economic circumstances. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is that this is going to cover so many more people. And that's why I think we really have the need for this. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask what the fiscal note is on this. The committee has passed out similar legislation that's below the line, and the parameters on this have changed, so I have a feeling that that fiscal note has been adjusted considerably.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It certainly has. That fiscal note, I can proudly inform the body, has come down. The most recent fiscal note runs that I asked for from the department, basically the cost of this program of the first year, fiscal year 2022, has a cost of just $1 million. Let me tell you what's going on there is basically because of the elimination of the Safe Senior Circuit Breaker, that I believe runs around 7 itself, and so it's kind of masking that first year cost. But after that, Mr. Chairman, this basically stair steps up to a tune of about $7 million a year. So think of this as a cost to the general fund, $7 million. Well, actually, it's only one, obviously, in fiscal year 2022. In 23, it's 7. In fiscal year 24, it's approximately almost 14. And it will stair step up like that for a number of years, Mr. Chairman, probably about, I would say, no more than 8 to 12. And then you're going to have the effect of then the homeowners dying off. When those homeowners die off and that property passes to new owners, if that owner, and most likely they will be significantly younger than 65, okay, then the rebate is no longer applicable. And the state is not paying the rebate on that property.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the work on this that the senator's done, and I would leave it up to the will of the body. We have tried to, we've had much tax legislation addressing income, sales, property, but this would be true property tax relief for our senior citizens and our disabled veterans that are 50% or more disabled. I wasn't a fan of this to begin with. I was quite candid with the senator. I did not like transferring property tax being paid for by sales tax and income tax. But this is the best we're going to get, and I think we go for it. But I'll leave it up to the will of the body.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Chairman. To digress to the bill for just 1 second, one of the great highlights of this session for me has been getting to work on this bill with the good senator from Douglas, Senator Holland. As to the amendment itself, the body has seemed to have a real appetite this year for providing some level of relief to our seniors. And we've seen that kind of come and then slip away. And here we again have an opportunity to provide some relief to our seniors at a very reasonable cost. I really like the way one opportunity is sunsetting and we're bringing in another. We looked at this and very similar bills in tax committee. We vetted them very carefully. I think this is a win for our seniors, and I do support this amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the sponsor of the amendment. First of all, if he could explain the Safe Senior, I would appreciate if he'd give us an explanation of how it works.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Certainly. So the Safe Senior program it's a very similar program. I believe, I assume the senator from Brown here is going to correct me if I misspeak. But my understanding is basically I think you have a fixed, basically appraisal value of your home has to be somewhere around $375,000, $380,000 a year. But you only qualify for this program if your income is $20,000 a year or less. And so if that happens each year, if that happens to you, then you make application when you do your K-40 like the other circuit breakers. And the way this particular rebate claim works is that it basically refunds, I want to say 75% of your property tax, annual tax bill to the property tax owner. And he can tell me if I'm right or not.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
What's the poverty level for the senior to qualify? Do you know?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Is this in the Safe Senior now? Okay, I don't want to misspeak. My understanding is what is basically reportable income of $20,000 or less. That is
Senator from Brown, Senator
So is it 120% of poverty level, 100% of poverty level? Do you know?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I really couldn't tell you that because if there's unreported income in there somewhere, I wouldn't know. Mr. Chairman, could I change my answer?
You may.
Mr. Chairman, as of course the smarter senator from Douglas brought to my attention, basically household income is equal to or less than 120% of the federal poverty level for two people if taxes were paid upon real or personal property. So there you go.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the Senator from Douglas's proposal for the golden years, what's the poverty level for those people qualifying?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
On the golden years, there is not a federal poverty level qualifier. It's based upon your annual income.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
And what's that income level?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
$50,000 a year annually. That is computed basically based on it'd be your actual earned income. I believe Social Security is counted as half, and if you had disability pensions, things of that nature, that would not count at all.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
If I understand right, Mr. Chairman, part of what this amendment does is eliminates the Safe Senior totally. It's gone after 2020, which is designed to give those on a low income, poverty level based on their poverty level income of 120%, basically a credit, a refundable credit against their property tax liability. My understanding, it was designed to help senior citizens, 65 and older, stay in their homes. We know that saves the state money. I don't have those figures, as I didn't know this amendment's coming. I smelled this amendment because I've seen them working together for the last 3 days. But anyway, so we're going to eliminate something that's designed to help low-income people and go to something that I believe he said was $50,000 income. I don't know the senior qualifications for that. Is it senior citizens, Mr. Chairman, that can only qualify for this, 65 and older?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Yeah, that is correct. They have to be 65 or older, and that annual income is $50,000 or less. So, for example, I would anticipate that all the 5,000 or so folks that currently qualify under Safe Senior would all come running over to basically get in line for the golden years starting for tax year 2021.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I understand how you're working. I guess I would ask you next then, So under your program, who pays for the credit or whatever they're getting on their property taxes, the county or the state?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
It's exactly the same people that pay for the Safe Senior program. It's coming out of the state's pocket.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
So I guess, why did the senator from Douglas not just increase the threshold for the Safe Senior and raise the income level on the Safe Senior qualifications, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Well, I guess I felt this was just a better way to get at it. You know, if you're going to describe to people, gosh, you got to be at 237% of the federal poverty level. Here it's pretty easy to determine what the bar is. That, you know, you have a house that's valued at $395,000 less for your qualifying year. Then after that, it's like, you know, what was the basically reportable income is reflected on your K-40. It's pretty straightforward for people to figure out.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So under Safe Senior, is there a property tax value of 300 and some whatever thousand for the house value? Or is it just if their property tax, when they do their credit and based on their income, it gives them help to pay their property taxes no matter what their property tax level is? Understand the question?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Yeah, so basically the way the credit works, to answer the Senator from Brown's question, basically that rebate is just basically I believe they're receiving, they're just getting, my understanding is 75% of their property taxes back to them. That's my understanding of the claim on the Safe Senior.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
You give me the, once again, I think I missed, what's the value of a home? What's the top value of a home under the golden years that qualifies?
Mr. Chairman, if I understand the question correctly, the ceiling on the appraised home value under the Golden Years program is $395,000. That is the starting line, as it were, for basically for tax year 2020. If you want to look at that, your appraised value on your tax year 2020 statement, property tax. And then as the chairwoman talked about, there is an annual adjustment that eases that up.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. So the top under golden years is a $365,000 home. I don't believe under Safe Senior that there's anyone with that kind of a value on their home receiving a tax refund credit. It's designed to help low-income, poor people, people that are seniors that are staying in their home that have below 120% of poverty level income, is to give them credit against their property tax. Now, if I would like to know how many of them actually have a $365,000 value on their home under Safe Senior. Does the senator have an answer of how many senior citizens who qualify for Safe Senior are qualifying based on the value of a home at $365,000? Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I do not have that specific answer, but I do want to share with the body another interesting tidbit when it comes to Safe Senior. And this was the thing that really caught my eye and other people on the committee, is that we have literally hundreds of basically safe senior claimants literally getting back from the state government $4,000 to $5,000 a year in property tax relief. So I can tell you, if that's 75% and that's what they're getting back as a rebate, Mr. Chairman, yeah, you better believe they're sitting in homesteads that are valued, you know, right up there at 375, whatever that cutoff is, and they're getting a boatload of money back. This is one of my reasons for bringing this new program forward, is because when you look at the number of people, qualifiers on the Safe Senior, Mr. Chairman, it's about 5,800 folks. We talk about golden years, okay, which will be paying much more modest rebates versus what is going out the chute currently for Safe Senior. I mean, you're just allowing much more people to participate to get something back, but even more importantly, you're giving them property tax certainty so they can plan for the future. And that's why I think we've got to look at this, and this is what jumped on me about the inequity of the Safe Senior, was the individual rebate amounts going out, as I said, to the tune of $4,000, $5,000. There are significant payouts under this program. There's not a lot of people involved. We need to open up that relief to others. And once again, make no mistake, Mr. Chairman, the folks under Safe Senior, they can promptly come over and participate in this program. It's not like we're kicking them out. The other reason, and the secondary reason of why I chose to basically pull out the Safe Senior after tax year 2020 is because we heard from a number of counties that they did not want to have to mess with 3 different rebate programs. And so that was one of the things I talked with fellow senators about, is this covers a whole lot more people that have a need for this relief.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it may cover a whole lot more people, but I don't know that they're qualified as low-income people. And that's what Safe Senior is designed to do, help senior citizens that are low income, who are in a lot of parts where only one spouse is surviving, is now living off a Social Security check, and their price of their home valuations is going through the roof, and it's driving up their property taxes to where it's cutting into basically all of their main budget items, food, electricity. We all know what's going on with all of this stuff. It's all going higher. Valuations are going up on property. They're going through the roof. Safe Senior is designed to target low income, to keep them in their homes. I don't hear that with golden years. Golden years sounds to me like it's to help someone with high property tax, valued property, to get a refund. And it's going to add more people because they're not meeting those low income thresholds that Safe Senior is designed to do. If we're going to help people with a tax to give them back property tax relief, we need to start with low income, and that's what Safe Senior does. I will not be supporting this amendment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, do you wish to respond?
I'll save it for the close. Thank you.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, point of order.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There has been some discussion that's not quite accurate, and I would like to correct that. So I will wait, but I have been standing.
My apologies. I thought you were standing as the carrier of the bill, and we are on the amendment.
Thank you. I signaled you. I'm sorry that you didn't recognize that.
My apologies then. We'll complete this, and you'll be next. Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may address some of the issues that the chair of the tax wishes to address, and that's fine if I do. One thing that I think is important for us to keep in mind on the valuation of homes, not always does it mean that someone has a high dollar home. A senior can live in an area for many years, and there will be significant development around their home, which significantly increases their home value above and beyond what they would think that it should be. So as far as the dollar amount, I don't have a problem. I do like the amendment that has been offered. I also want to remind the body we have been hearing a lot of discussion about senior citizens, and that's part of this amendment. But also a part of this amendment is our disabled veterans, our disabled military veterans. If they are 50% disabled or more, they would also qualify for the golden years property tax freeze. But I do have a couple questions as to exactly how the administration of the act would work for the carrier of the amendment. On page 2 of the amendment, it mentions that a surviving spouse of a person 65 years or older or a disabled vet would continue to receive these benefits until such time as they remarry. My question for the carrier of the amendment, if a surviving spouse remains in the same home, I understand they would receive the same property tax treatment as the deceased person. What about the surviving spouse of either a senior citizen or a disabled veteran who moves to another location?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
And I appreciate the question. It's an important question. I'll be very clear about this. The benefit is tied to the specific homestead. So say you had a senior that had qualified, once again, it's tied to that particular piece of property. If that owner subsequently moves to another place, okay, well then it starts over. Okay, and I want to be sure before I go any further, that I'm understanding the Senator's question.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The senator from Douglas started down the road and got close, but I understand that if an individual who qualifies for the homestead property tax or for the golden years property tax freeze, if they move to a new location, then that will be the new base for their new location. But if a surviving spouse moves to a new location, will they then also qualify at their new location as long as they have not remarried?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
No, well, it's a maybe. If the surviving spouse moves, and at that time now, maybe that surviving spouse before was not 65, was not a 50% or more disabled veteran, but if that surviving spouse moved, if he or she then was 65, then basically there would be a new baseline for that new property.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate those answers, and I appreciate the way that the carrier of the amendment, the senator from Douglas, has written this. The $395,000 maximum or the cap on the valuation of a home, I think, is reasonable. I know that there had been discussion of a higher cap or a higher appraised value, which I was a little uncomfortable with, but the fact that it's at $395,000, the maximum income for the household is $50,000. I think that is a reasonable amount. There had been discussion about having that higher, so I like the amendment as written. And then I also appreciate the fact that it does have the inflationary portion in it, so if the value of the home increases or the income of the senior or disabled veteran should increase, they would still qualify for the refund from the state on their property taxes above the base year. Is there any perfect legislation we pass? No. Are there perfect amendments? No, I really haven't seen any. But I believe that the carrier and the maker of the amendment has done a really good job of working with several interested parties, myself included, to come up with the Senior Citizen Property Tax Freeze Act. So I will be supporting this amendment. I would ask my colleagues to support it. This does provide real property tax relief for senior citizens. I had wanted to do something like this, but I realized the road that I was going down would require a constitutional amendment, which would have been much more cumbersome for us to get passed through the legislature. But this does still provide the real property tax relief for our seniors, for our disabled veterans. So again, I would be supporting the amendment, and I would ask my colleagues to join me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, do you care to respond?
Just appreciate the good senator's comments. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been several statements about the income, and it has said that it was $50,000, but I would like to clarify that it is $50,000 per household. So this is absolutely a low income bill because it's for everyone that lives in the household, $50,000 limit. I'd like to make sure that the body understands that. And also on the Safe Seniors, not debating for or against the program, just I want to fact check here. Most individuals in the body may not realize what refundable means. In tax language, refundable means you get back more than you paid in. You can get back more than you paid in. So I just want the body to be aware of that. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, do you care to respond?
Just, I would say this, and shame on me for not emphasizing that point that the senator from Lynn made. That's a neat piece about this, because think about a post-COVID environment, okay, where you are going to have more adult children forced into parents' households. Make no mistake, it's here. And when you're talking about people hanging on by the edge, once again, because it's a total household limit, you're talking about a group of people hanging on by the edge, if it's more, particularly if it's more than two. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the senator, the good senator from Douglas, please stand for a question, please?
He will.
I was wanting to double check on this federal poverty level to 120%. And I know Senator had mentioned that. Seemed like to me that number that I have heard in the past was lower than that.
Senator.
Has anybody actually looked that up to know exactly what that number is going to be, just to double check that?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. The senator, oh, dang it. The senator from Butler being able to respond to his question. I'm not sure what he's referring to. I'm just Emily familiar with the details of the Golden Years Amendment that I'm presenting. I'm not really I'm not sure what he's talking about. If he's referring to federal levels as it pertains to the Safe Senior. If you could clarify.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
On page 11, it talks down the third line from the bottom, 120% of federal poverty level for two persons.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
And I'm not sure what his question is, Mr. Chairman.
Senator
I'd like to know what that
Butler,
number
Senator
is.
Fagg.
I'd like to see what that number is, or have a number.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Well, I suppose I could Google it, or I can't tell you off the top of my head. I can't tell the good senator what that number is. Once again, I will defer to the more engaged senior senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, if she can provide some light on the matter.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to keep this discussion moving, the monthly income for 120% of federal poverty guideline would be $1,308 for an individual, or $1,762 for a couple. So we're probably talking somewhere, what, between $15,000 and $20,000. But this is what would be replaced. So what is currently under the Safe Senior Act. I think one thing I'd like to remind the body is income is very different from wealth. So when we're talking about seniors, income may not be the best age to use, but it is the one that we have available to us because it's what people report on their taxes.
The yield returns to the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland. Senator from Butler.
I thank the good senator for her response.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple thoughts I'd like to throw into the thought process here. Our property taxes are mainly driven by local governmental units, if you think about this. So we're going to take, and they're going to keep driving it up, and then we're going to refund money back to them.
That's point number one. Number two, when you take a person that has gross income of $20,000 a year, living in a $395,000 house, those numbers don't match up, folks. And when you sit down and look at the guy that's making $20,000, when he buys his food, he pays income tax, insurance, medical, and home, upkeep on the home, transportation. There's a lot of things that go into this. And so what I would really like to see happen is that we do this through our normal procedure of running it back through taxation next year. This needs to be vetted out very carefully and make sure we make the right decision. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, do you care to respond?
A couple points. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, this has been carefully vetted. This is probably the third time up to the finish line we've gotten this. We actually passed this out of the House chamber in 2019. We actually got this technically passed, out of the Senate chamber 2018. We got it passed out of the Senate chamber last year, and it was not picked up by the other side, I think like on the last day of session. And then this year, here we are again. So believe me, we have looked with this. We have run numbers ad nauseum with legislative research and Kathleen Smith and her crew. We have talked about this as it relates to policy with the other circuit breakers that we have. This makes good sense, and this is providing property tax certainty for over 80,000 households. That is huge. The second point I want to make is taxes are not in a bubble. While some may try to make the argument that, well, why is the state on the hook? Keep in mind the state creates a lot of these problems, okay? Through economic development programs, okay, by allowing cities to basically abate property taxes willy-nilly on commercial things, okay? So the state exacerbates the issue. The sad fact of the matter is that, we just have our seniors, particularly in certain parts of this state, where they are getting crushed by the combination of their state income, their state sales, their local property taxes, okay? And when the state, okay, is responsible for managing tax and economic policy across the state, I do believe this is an appropriate venue to try to provide some targeted property tax relief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I actually joined the good senator from Sedgwick as a co-sponsor 3 years ago for this bill. We addressed an issue 3 years ago that we knew to be true, and it has only gotten worse for our elderly that live throughout the state. Today, I have constituents that pay more in property taxes than they made for house payments when they first purchased their home. We are bankrupting our elderly out of their homes and out of our state. I didn't have the opportunity to sign on to this as a co-sponsor for this bill. I was actually gone the day that the announcement occurred, but did appreciate the conversation, the discussion that truly has been bipartisan on this particular issue. If we want to help Kansans, that our retirees stay in their homes and stay in our communities, this would be a very crucial and important amendment for us to adopt. It's interesting because it was just about this time last year, and this was brought on as an amendment, and it was a quick discussion, and it was voted on nearly unanimously. It didn't make the day in conference committee. It has been vetted. We have come up with, we have made it even more responsive to the needs of our elderly in this state, and I do urge the support. If there's a question about vetting, it was vetted upside and down for 3 years now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go over the idea if they have no payment, you still look at food, income tax, insurance, medical and home, and on your car, transportation, upkeep on your house. Folks, this 120% can't afford this home. And I think you need to be very careful about not letting people get into trouble, because I've been around deals to where they would come in 2 and 2's 8, and all of a sudden you're waking up and they got a big credit card debt. So I'm saying somebody needs to sit down and look at these numbers and say, what can they afford? It's important to understand that. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, do you care to respond? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment that the limit of 120% of the federal poverty level is for the Safer Senior Act. And in fact, as the good senator from Butler has described, that is a very low threshold and not helping a number of our seniors who deserve our help. So this change from the amendment would raise that from, now that I've done my math, 21,144 to the 50,000. And I think the 50,000 is a more reasonable level to establish for income for this help. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to rise in support of this concept. I appreciate the senator from Douglas reducing the fiscal note on this. This will help our seniors and our disabled veterans. It's going to help a lot more Kansas save on their property tax. When people are able to stay in their homes, they're happier, they're healthier, and I believe we will even see some savings in other areas on our home and community-based care. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to correct another statement that was made earlier also, just so the body is clear on the amendment. The threshold, there were several numbers tossed around and mostly inaccurate, but the threshold is $395,000 for the valuation on the home, your 2020 valuation. And I know somebody mentioned their smell factor. I don't think there's a conspiracy here. In fact, I had no idea they were going to divide the question. I did not know of any amendments today. I thought we were going to close right before lunch, so thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any further questions for the senator from Douglas? Seeing none, Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, you may close on your amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to thank all members of the body today. I think we have a spirited discussion about this. Your fixed income seniors, your disabled veterans are counting on you for this bill. With that, Mr. Chairman, I ask that we move the amendment out favorably.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Are there further questions for the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson? Seeing none, Senator Tyson, you may close on the bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the body's debate on this bill. It is a much needed bill. In fact, as I'm walking up here, a reporter stopped me in the hallway and said that they are hearing from many people on how important this legislation is to Kansans, especially Kansans that have been put in harm's way by government. We are a land of the free. We are to have liberties, and those liberties were taken in manners that we never dreamed of last year. This bill will help keep businesses. It will give them that little bit of relief that will keep them in business, keep them contributing to our economy, providing for our families. and it does so many other things. The research on government businesses, basically, competing against nonprofit and for-profit businesses, we need that research so we can make some decisions. The 20 mil for schools, that's standard. We pass that every other year. And yes, it is in a tax bill, usually every other year. There are so many good pieces of legislation in this bill that I ask the body stand in support, and that I move when the committee rises in report, it report Senate substitute for House Bill 2313 favorably for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We will now return to that order of business, Senate substitute for substitute for Senate Bill 286 for purposes of carrying substitute for Senate Bill 286. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were discussing at the time that we passed over this 4-minute that the substitute for Senate Bill 286 provides much needed relief for businesses. And I think there was an amendment we were waiting on to take a look at.
The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment too. It's a pretty simple one. I know there's another amendment in front of me, but.
Of course. Do you have the number of the amendment?
I do. Let me put my glasses on. It's 2239.
We'll pause for a moment for that to be handed out. It appears short. Do you want it read or would you prefer to explain?
I can explain it.
You may proceed.
Yeah, thank you. When I was hearing this in caucus, I just wanted to add a little bit of transparency. So what I asked to have this amendment done is to officially put it on the website. It'll be within the 30 days of once they've decided, but before the payment's made. It'll put the claimant's name, address, and the amount, and it'll be put on the Attorney General's website. And that's basically what the amendment does. We're in this day and age of transparency. I know it's open to public record, but I think it's better if people can access it easily, know where to find it. So that's the gist of my amendment.
Other questions regarding the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the carrier of the amendment. I do view this as a friendly amendment. It provides greater transparency when there's an order by the board regarding an award and an order of funds for a business, that it states the name of the business and the amount so that there is transparency brought to that process while still protecting the privacy interests of those businesses. So I consider this a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate as well the transparency. The amendment states that the claimant's name and address. So would that be an individual and a home address? Would people be able to easily connect that with a business, or is the claimant the business itself?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding, that would be a business, or if it's a sole proprietorship, it would state that name. So that would be that business or that entity, their address, the dollar amount. Just trying to put it out there, who's getting the money, being more transparent.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you. I appreciate that information, and I do hope it will identify the business, because that's generally what people would understand in looking for that information. Thank you.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I absolutely appreciate this amendment. It's imperative we put this on if this bill moves forward. To be very clear to this body, these awards that are using our CARES Act unencumbered funds are going to this panel made up of an appointed person from both the Senate and the House, presumably legislative folks, and the Attorney General and one other. So there's a closed committee for this process to make these awards, and there is, on the underlying bill, almost zero transparency on how these awards are awarded, who was awarded them. So this fixes, to some extent, that complete lack of transparency on the underlying bill, so I absolutely support this. Thank you for making this amendment.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, you may close on your amendment.
Move my amendment.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have an amendment.
You have the number.
Yes, it's number 2040.
Pause a moment while it's handed out. Would you care to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll be glad to explain it.
You may proceed.
240. 22, is it 2240? Is that the one you have?
I have 2240. Would you please restate the number that you want?
2240. I thought that's what I said.
Yep, that's the one I have. Looks like we got it straightened out. You may proceed.
Okay. Thank you. Someone said they had the wrong thing. Within the current bill, Senate Bill 286, it has this working out of the Attorney General's office, and this amendment moves it from the Attorney General's office to the Secretary of Commerce's office. The Commerce Department deals with economic development and has been and has a list of businesses throughout the state. It seems like the most reasonable and more realistic location for this to be located at. If we're talking about dealing with businesses within our state and the source that has the most knowledge and works with our businesses. So that's the gist of this amendment.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The act as proposed, without the amendment before the body, contemplates relief provided to businesses who were harmed and suffer harm, again, through no fault of their own, imposed upon businesses by government. And government includes both the executive branch who has acted in regard to government, and including other local entities of government as well. So it's imperative that as we administer this fund and as the claims are paid, that it doesn't make sense to make one of the actors who has inflicted the harm in charge of providing the relief. So that was the decision of the Senate Judiciary Committee as well, that it not be in a place where it would be administered by someone who had been enacting some of the government orders. And so I view this as an unfriendly amendment, and I would ask the body to vote it down. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, do you care to respond?
Yes, thank you. Well, as I recall, the Attorney General was privy to all the executive orders before they went out. So it would be considered that he might be even more a part of, or that his office might be even more a part of what's being painted as a very punitive action. Unlike the Secretary of Commerce, which deals directly with businesses and, to my knowledge, was never directly involved with any of the executive orders that went out. We're talking about punitive actions. The other thing is that the Attorney General's office has no mechanism in place, bank accounts, wiring, et cetera, to distribute these funds, whereas the Secretary of Commerce's office does. And the Secretary of Commerce's office has a fully staffed legal department that could also be dealing with these issues as well.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Certainly, the Attorney General was made privy to, it's our understanding, most, if not all, of the executive orders, but let's just use an executive order that occurred just over a year ago. That was the executive order to keep churches and places of worship closed during Holy Week. The Attorney General received a draft of that executive order, and he urged vigorously for the executive branch to not move forward. His legal advice was ignored, it was shunned, and so we went to court and we lost. So we understand that the Attorney General's office may be privy, but the Attorney General's office has no direct action to prevent an executive order going into play. It is appropriate because essentially this is like a class action lawsuit against the state. It is appropriate for the Attorney General's office, which is made up of a whole host of attorneys, to make sure that the process is abided by, that the distribution occurs. And I will remind the body that when we were working on the budgetary process, in Commerce Committee, it was brought that there were 40 FTEs that had not been filled, and there was a motion in the committee to cut those from the budget. Still unfilled. They remain in the budget. I don't think we need to fill them with folks that are going to distribute funds. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, do you care to respond?
Thank you. Well, this amendment has nothing to do with churches, with places of worship, as well as this bill, if my understanding is correct, Senate Bill 286 has nothing to do with churches. The question had been raised about involvement in the executive orders, and the Department of Commerce was not, but of course those executive orders did go past the Attorney General when they were issued.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're right. This amendment has nothing to do with churches. But when the carrier of this amendment mentions that the Attorney General shouldn't be a part of this because the Attorney General has some say over executive orders, my example was simply to illustrate that the Attorney General has no role in preventing the executive branch's executive orders going into place. So I think we all understand the games that are being played here. And I urge the body to vote against this amendment.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, do you care to respond?
Thank you. I know that everyone in this body is always interested in the good of Kansans, just as I am. And so I'm offended when people talk about we're playing games. We aren't playing games. We're looking at the best interests of Kansans. And I'm sure the senator is aware of that.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I do support the underlying bill because of the many businesses in Kansas that were shut down needlessly, I do not support this amendment. has nothing to do with executive orders. I think executive orders are going down a rabbit hole. The real issue of why it should be in the Attorney General's office and not the Department of Commerce or any other department like that is two words: essential and non-essential. When that was designated for businesses and you were designated by this state that you were non-essential and had to shut your business down, there was a process that you could take to protest. And that protest went to a committee that was under the supervision of this administration and the Secretary of Commerce. And that is why it should stay in the Attorney General's office, not the Secretary of Department of Commerce, because that secretary had the ability to say whether or not you were an essential or non-essential business, closed you down, and now you're going to now apply to that same individual that just told you you were non-essential, had to shut your business down for relief, needs to stay with the Attorney General. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, do you care to respond?
Thank you. Well, I think I heard some erroneous information when it came to the designation of essential and non-essential businesses. Those were not made by the Department of Commerce. Those were made through emergency management, through the governor's office. So those were not made by Commerce, and I think it's unfair to designate it that way.
Are there further questions for the senator from Wyandotte, senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me re-clarify if I was not clear before. The designation of the essential and non-essential was designated by this administration in our state. There was a process to protest whether or not you were a non-essential or essential. That went through a committee where the Secretary of the Department of Commerce sat on that had the ability to say, yes, you're essential, no, you're non-essential. And that is what I was referring to. Not that they classified it, but they had the determination when someone made that protest to deny that. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am not clear of the committee that he's talking about. I don't know who else he's referring to that sat on that committee, so I lack that information. I just know that these essential and non-essentials were not designated by the Department of Commerce.
Are there further questions for the senator from Wyandotte? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Just real quick, Mr. Chair, I do support the amendment in theory because expanding the Attorney General's role to administer what effectively is relief funds from the COVID is definitely an expansion of duties of allocation of funds that we're receiving. And that's really, it'd be better if we kept it to ourselves or kept it as ourselves and the administration as a partnership and not bring the Attorney General into the mix at all. Whether this amendment moves forward, I don't understand why we would have that person in there when it's really our duties to designate the funds and bring in the business community and understand the needs. That's what we do as a legislature, so I do support this amendment.
Are there further questions for the senator from Wyandotte on the amendment? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think this amendment designates a better location in Senate Bill 286 for what department this program would be administered out of. We are talking about businesses that would be coming forward, and who better deals with businesses than the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce has the mechanisms in place as far as it comes to then relinquishing the funds to distribute them. The Department of Commerce also has a fully staffed legal department. If they have to deal with any legal issues. You know, we've had many bills this session that have already added to the workload of the Attorney General's office along with staff, and this just seems to be the more appropriate location for this kind of work to be going on. And also, I think along with the piece amendment that was just added for transparency, adds to that piece of transparency because we have a department that has these things in place. I move my amendment.
You've all heard the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Are there questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a second amendment. It's 2241.
Pause for a moment while the amendment is handed out. Senator from Wyandotte, would you prefer to have your bill read or I'm sorry, have the amendment read or explain?
No, I'll explain it.
You may proceed.
Senate Bill, 286, Senate Bill 286 not only talks about how the state's federal relief funds should be encumbered when it comes to relief for businesses, and we all feel for the businesses across our state. They have had a variety of other forms of money coming to them already for relief. So I'm not insensitive to the needs, but I am very concerned when we start then doing overreach and reaching towards the counties and saying, now we want to encumber the cities and the counties' federal funds that are coming to them. Our cities and counties have been using those federal funds that have been coming to them, and they've been following the guidelines that have been laid down for any of the different funds that have come, whether they've come through Spark or whether they've come through any of the other direct fundings that have come to them, just as they are waiting for the direction for the American Rescue Act fund as it is. This bill now creates this fund that would encumber those funds that the cities and counties would be receiving that they have not already expended or encumbered into a fund that they then cannot access. So that means that our Kansans in our cities and counties would not be able to get the relief that they should be able to use those funds for. If we want to make the decisions over our state dollars that are coming to us that fit into this guideline, I think that's, makes sense. But when we start then saying to the cities and counties, you are not able to make the right decisions because they already have given relief through many of those funds that they've received to businesses, and will undoubtedly continue to do it with the new funds that they were receiving. They also have had, there's been transparency attached to the city and county's funds, and there has been a process for to appeal if a business did not get relief. But I think it's just very inappropriate for us to do this overreach of Big Brother, and as we make decisions to deal at the state level, great, that's fine, but let's allow the cities and counties to make the decisions for their citizens and their funds that they receive. So this amendment takes out the cities and counties portion of the Senate Bill 286.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The carrier of the amendment mentioned overreach, and I think a lot of the businesses that suffered during the year plus of the pandemic would tell you about overreach. They would tell you about government overreach, both at the county and the city level. And again, just like the reason not to have this under the umbrella of the Department of Commerce for the reason that it would be those that inflicted the decision and made the decision to put those restrictions in place would also be the ones in charge of the claim process. Same with the cities and counties, that they were the ones who often put the restrictions and the orders in place, and that then for them to work through the claim process would be kind of putting, again, the person in charge who inflicted the harm. I'm not sure how much transparency there has been regarding how counties and cities have used the funds so far. We did hear in committee, when Senate Judiciary Committee heard this bill, we had the Counties Association was present and testified in person. We also had the League of Municipalities who was present and testified in person. They were neutral on the bill. They did not oppose the structure of 286 as it is before the body. So I want to be real clear on that. The counties and the cities did not oppose the structure that we have here before us in 286. And in fact, we asked them, how would you do this? Who do you have in place? And they didn't really have an answer, but they were willing to give a list of names who could be appointed to the 3-person board who would be put in place under 286 as it's been once amended now on the floor already. Therefore, I would ask the body to vote this amendment down. It's not a friendly amendment, and the board would be perfectly situated to make decisions neutrally, right? They weren't, the board under 286, they weren't in charge of making decisions one way or the other about orders or restrictions, so they can provide neutrality when it comes to administering the funds and paying or not paying the claims. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, do you care to respond?
Thank you. So I think it's interesting to hear the term inflicted the decisions. It's as if somehow we didn't all live through COVID-19, as if we all weren't impacted at the federal, state, city, county, home level, as if some in this body didn't even lose their loved ones. I mean, those decisions were made because we had a life-threatening disease that we now can't be armchair quarterbacks and look back and say, oh, this shouldn't have happened. I think that's just so disingenuous when we do that. And our cities and counties likewise reacted, and in some cases were just as many of us forced to make decisions that weren't immediately theirs. I personally was just thinking the other day, you know, some of us, not all of us, were here last year, not at this time because we were all at home. We had ended our session quickly because of COVID-19. We came back for a veto session. I was just thinking about the fact we weren't wearing masks in the veto session because we kind of thought it was improving, it was moving past, and it didn't happen that way. It continued to escalate. COVID-19 continued to escalate the number of infected, and deaths in Kansas continue to escalate. I mean, it's hard to imagine 54,000 Kansans died during that period of time of 14 months. How do we, it's hard to see those numbers, over 530,000 in the United States. So these decisions were not made in a flippant manner. But our cities and counties did make decisions based on elected officials, just like you and I, elected just like you and I, by voters to represent them and make decisions. We're actually talking about, as the Senator from Johnson said, a 3-person board that will not be elected officials, probably. Appointment from the governor, appointment from the president of the Senate, appointment from the Speaker of the House. It's very unlikely they'll be elected officials who saying they're impartial, but they're not elected. They're going to be making decisions over millions of dollars. And if we, as a state body, want to try to impose that they can make decisions over our federal stimulus dollars that come to the state, which we don't have the guidelines yet for, which we don't know that this actually fits into for sure. That's one thing. But if we're then saying we have the authority to have control over city and county's funds, that certainly is overreach. The federal funds, you know, and a comment was made about transparency. Yes, there is transparency. Those funds that were received by the cities and counties to this point, there is accountability for those. Those had to be, that had to be reported, they had to keep track of those funds because there could be repercussions coming back from the feds dealing with those funds. So yes, there is accountability. Mr. Speaker, could you ask for a little decorum in our body? Thank you.
Please keep the sideline chatter to a minimum.
Thank you. Then when it comes to the federal funds, the Treasury guidelines haven't been released on what these funds will be used for at the county and the city level. And yet this bill would allow 3 unelected officials to appropriate over $2 billion. So, yeah, I think that cities and counties should be able to follow the policies that they have on, and that they will know very soon when the guidelines come forward on how they want to expend these funds. And just as they've done already, include relief for businesses within that, but also include whether it's broadband, whether it's housing, whether it's food issues, what are the most pressing issues within their city or their county. And because remember, they are elected as well. They're closer to the people they represent than we are when we are in Topeka. So I think it is very appropriate to allow them to make those decisions over their funds.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to reemphasize what was just said, that in this underlying bill, we are unequivocally taking 100% of the unencumbered funds from the COVID relief and allocating it to these business relief funds. And now, if the federal government had told our state, we would not like that. And likewise, our cities, we're telling them that they have to take any unencumbered funds and dedicate it to this fund, thus tying their hands at 100% of that level. So I think that is overreach. I think that our local governments are there for purpose, and they can allocate as much of this as they need or want to at that local level, whether it's 10%, 15, 50, or 100% if we give them that option. So I do support this underlying, the amendment here.
Further questions for the Senator from Wyandotte? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the Senator from Wyandotte is carrying this amendment, I will ask her, and if she's not able to answer it, I hope we will hear from the Senator from Johnson. But when this was being discussed and the representatives from our cities and counties appeared as neutral, what was the percentage of funds that were to be designated to this business relief fund? Was it the full 100%?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I think it was 25%. I'm not on that committee, so I wasn't present at the time, but my understanding is it was 25% in originally discussion.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's important to know if we are characterizing those representatives of our cities and counties as being neutral on a bill now that was considerably changed in committee and would have a far greater effect on the ability for those cities and counties to direct their funds. I can understand that they would believe that 25% may be appropriate and something that they could work with. But they may have very different testimony if the bill had been introduced with the 100% that it is now. Thank you.
Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the carrier of the amendment.
Proceed.
Thank you. If we transfer the power to the Commerce Department, would that not be transferring the power then to the executive branch?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
This is not the amendment. That amendment, I would like that amendment to not have been voted down, but that amendment was already voted down.
Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley.
That apparently is a no.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. Are there further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting, the debate about elected or not elected, who would be on the board of this. And to follow up with the senator from Cowley's question, well, the Department of Commerce aren't elected officials either. So it's interesting that the carrier of the amendment had previously brought an amendment to try to get those in charge of the fund to be other unelected officials. But I digress for a minute. The 100% is an interesting question. I haven't heard any proposed amendment brought about that today, and perhaps there will be one on the floor today. It did start at 25%, and that's a policy decision that was made in committee, and so that's where we are at 100% right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further questions for the carrier of the amendment, you may close.
Thank you. I think the issue about the percentage is very important because when in this discussion, when it's brought forward that the Association of Counties or the League of Municipalities is neutral, that certainly is quite a difference if you're talking about 25% of funds as opposed to 100% of unencumbered funds. So quite a difference of how it can affect a position. I'm not going to drag this out any longer. Many of you have, I served as a county commissioner. There are many other people on this floor that have served in county or city. And in my case, I was both a county commissioner and a city councilman because it was a unified government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. So I've served in that local position, and it is discouraging when, as a locally elected official, you are working to provide the best for your community, and yet the legislature makes decisions that ties the ability to do that job. This bill, Senate Bill 286, you can look at it a lot of different ways, and it is putting in place a system for providing relief for businesses that would come forth that said that they have been impacted. And that's important when we talk about our state, the funds that are coming to the state. And if there were no funds that were coming directly to the state of Kansas, that would be different. But we do have over $1 billion that are coming, I think it's $1.6 billion that are coming to the state of Kansas that could potentially be used in some way, although this is speaking to 100% of those funds, those new funds. When I spoke to my own local government, they have already, the funds that have come to them so far, they have encumbered all of them. There's no funds out there waiting for decisions to be made. They have encumbered and are putting them to use, whether it's for, in many different ways related to COVID and following the guidelines that were set for the use of that. And I want to see them to have that same ability. And a portion of those funds did go for business relief as well. I think this legislation, we should be sticking to talking about our funds, those that are coming to the state of Kansas. And if we want to make a decision as the legislature to do that, then that's appropriate. There are, in this case, 40 votes available here and 125 in the House. But let's let the locals make the decisions that they have to work with within their communities, because their communities have needs, and they should be able to designate those and use their funds from the guidelines that, as we know, have not been released for these latest funds. But they do have transparency in place, they do have accountability in place, and that's available to all of us. Except for the amendment that was just added, there was no transparency for these funds, or for what this unelected group of 3 might do. And this body has often talked about how important transparency and accountability is. And that certainly should be true when we're talking about providing relief for businesses that we are saying have been impacted by COVID-19. So my amendment to remove cities and counties from this legislation, I think is utmost important to our cities and our counties, and I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. A roll call is in order. Seeing 5 hands. The clerk will call the roll.
Allie. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Plays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Ag. House Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Hulsher. Hershen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn. Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley. Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine. Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
No.
Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Twelve having voted yes, 26 no, and 2 not voting. The motion has failed. We are back on the bill. Other questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for the carrier. How many bills have we passed that have helped Kansas workers?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I could get a response to that from Kansas Legislative Research Department if the senator would like me to, but I don't have a response to that without talking to research.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, well, I'll hit a little closer to home. How many in judiciary have you heard? You've done a lot for businesses. How many have you looked at for individuals?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question is a bit vague, helping workers. I don't know exactly what the intent is, what the definition is. And again, I would have to look. We've passed a lot of bills in Judiciary Committee that helps all kinds of Kansans and Kansas businesses. So I would have to wait and we could stand at ease and I could go look and try to come up with a definition of worker. I think, if I think here for a minute, just a moment, I would have to go look.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I think the answer to that is we have had very few, if any, that have actually helped those who have been workers, whether it's our teachers, helping them with hazard pay, or other frontline workers. So we have had no conversation on how to help those who have been at the forefront of the pandemic, putting their lives in jeopardy at some points. And so with that, I have an amendment.
You have the number for the amendment.
Yes, sorry, 2238.
Pause for a moment while it's handed out. The amendment appears robust. Would you care to have it read, or would you care to explain?
I will be happy to explain it.
Please proceed.
This is a bill that was introduced in Senate Ways and Means and has not had a hearing, just to be completely upfront and transparent with you. This is one of several bills that have been introduced to help our employees as they have been struggling. And this is frontline service pay. With that, I would be happy to answer questions.
Other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to challenge germaneness.
Germaneness has been challenged. The chair will seek a ruling from the Rules Committee.
Yes,
With
Mr. Chairman,
with a
the
ruling
Rules
from
Committee
rules.
rules. The amendment is non-germane. It changes the topic. It changes the relevancy. Would the amendment change the purpose, scope, or the objective origin of the motion? And the answer is yes to all those, so it's non-germane. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator from McPherson. The ruling is that the amendment is not germane. We are back on the bill. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not surprised. That's how things have gone my way. But with that, I have another amendment, and it is 2240.
We'll pause while it is handed out. The amendment is short. Would you prefer to have it read or to explain?
I will be happy to explain it.
Please proceed.
As I have mentioned, we have had very little, if any, conversations on how to help working Kansans. And so with this, I am keeping everything else in place, but a portion of those funds that we are setting aside, 50% of that would have to go to increased employee compensation. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Other questions for the carrier of the amendment? The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the carrier of the amendment stand for question?
You will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask the carrier of the amendment, with the unemployment system and the fight that a majority of this body has had in order to try to improve that system, to attempt to get payments to the workers, to attempt to cut the fraud on the system, how can the carrier of the amendment stand there and ask the body to consider the workers without taking that under consideration? We've been considering the workers all along.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I'm not sure I completely understand the senator's question. This is taking 50% of those funds for the current employees, or if they want to hire other employees, but it's an increase. And I think it's even more important because we do have people who have struggled, who have not gotten paid. So we are asking the businesses, we know that salary is a big part and compensation is a big part of the fund. So we're just asking that they put a percentage of those to support their employees who have gone above and beyond during this pandemic.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think the carrier of the amendment was one of the champions on the unemployment system and fighting for that. I may have misinformation, but we were absolutely fighting to get that system fixed all along. What I have concern over this is, and the carrier of the amendment may not understand this, being raised in a small business owner family, my husband and I have small businesses. We understand the fact that the businesses have to exist in order to have the employees. So if we start trying to micromanage these businesses during an emergency, I think that's an absolute mistake for this governing body. I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, if you care to respond.
I would like to say I think the good senator is wrong. I have been a strong advocate for unemployment and have worked for the other senator from Johnson quite a bit as he worked tirelessly to help with our unemployment system, as well as making sure we probably fund something that has not been funded by the Brownback administration and is honestly was put in place before I was born. But thanks for that. And I'm glad you don't like to micromanage businesses, But apparently that doesn't go to our cities and counties. You want to micromanage those. This is to put funds for our businesses that we know have hurt, and then just saying, let's set aside part of those funds for the workers.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just more of a comment than a question. In Johnson County alone, we lost 25% of our small businesses. The businesses that did remain open, particularly some of the restaurants, only went to carry out delivery. They were just trying to survive. They did everything they could to keep as many employees on the rolls as they could. This is not about employees. This is about businesses that were harmed. This is a compensation package for businesses who, through no fault of their own, were forced to close down, forced to lay off employees because they couldn't conduct business. That's what this is all about. It has nothing to do with the employees. There are a number of people who remained employed who now were seeking to compensate. They were getting a lot more than some of these business owners that were shut down completely. This is pure economics. We should have thought about this when we shut the state down. This should have been considered from the get-go. And you look at, how much money that's coming down from the federal government now, a combination of almost 1.6 and 1.2 billion. So we're talking $2.8 billion. And everybody has eyes and designs on all this money. But we heard yesterday in committee from the restaurant industry that in April of last year alone, they lost $300 million in revenues. So my concern is these funds, whatever portion of these funds, should be going to compensate these people for being shut down. And we're finding as more and more information comes in over the course of this last year that the number of deaths have been inflated because they piled pneumonia and influenza on top of COVID. You go to the CDC site, you see that there was no pneumonia or no influenza this last year. And we all know that's a canard. So a lot of these businesses shouldn't have been shut down. There's still a number that are being restricted or have been restricted by mask mandates. There's got to be some punitive portion of this bill that says, hey, in the future, if you're going to shut down the economy, you better think about it. So this is not about employees at all. It's about our businesses, which are the driving engine of this economy, and we're trying to help them. If we start pushing money off and telling them what to do, this is not going to help anybody, and it is not the intent of this bill in the first place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, you care to respond?
I would like to respond. I had a small business myself, grew up in a family with all entrepreneurs. I understand small business. I also know when you put your employees first, they will go the extra distance for you. This is not putting anything, it's not taking away any of that punitive from counties or from future shutdowns. That's still in there. This is just saying, let's make sure that we are investing in our employees. We do this with several of our other tax incentives when we bring businesses, because yes, we want the building, we want the property tax, but we want to invest in the employees. We want to invest in their families. That's what this amendment does.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems to me throughout the discussion over the last couple of bills, there's a disconnect, or seems to be a disconnect, between businesses and employees. The best way to invest in employees is to unleash businesses to grow and thrive, and that's exactly what this bill does. When businesses grow and thrive, their employees, the workers benefit from that. There are more jobs, more high-paying jobs, more competition for those positions. So businesses and worker welfare goes hand in hand. So to separate those two is just, to me, does not make any sense. The other thing is we tend to have this, or we're talking as if businesses are some entity that is governed or ran or owned by, I don't know who, but who owns and operates those businesses? Kansans, people. Businesses are people. They're not some nondescript, corporation. Businesses are people. And so to help and invest in our employees, we must invest and help our businesses. That's the best way to create those high-paying jobs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, do you care to respond?
I actually agree with the senator from Sedgwick, and this is a great compromise to do just that. So thank you for making that point.
Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thank you, Chairman. It's incredulous that today, with this amendment, that the false narrative is being created that we suddenly discovered employees. We've been providing for the employees from the very start. They've received checks from the federal government. The businesses have received PPP money that went to the employees. We've squandered hundreds of millions of dollars through a failed unemployment insurance pool trying to get money to them. We've pushed so much money towards employees that we've sidelined tens of thousands of workers who won't even bother to work at this point in time. But this concept that my senators on the left have suddenly discovered employees and their needs is frankly preposterous. They've been well taken care of. The people who've been left out are those individuals with the businesses, with the small businesses, and that's what we're trying to work for here. This amendment is frankly off the rails, and I certainly don't support it, and I strongly recommend nobody else does as well. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, you care to respond?
I will wait and close.
Any further questions for the senator from Johnson regarding the amendment? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Not even questions, just an observation. We've watched federal dollars, trillions of dollars be borrowed over a health crisis, so-called, and government intervention on that. Healthy people were told not to work. Certain businesses forced to shut down and close their doors. Here we are, got this pot of money out here. And in this bill, you're designating that it go to businesses. And we've got an amendment saying, I think it's 50% of it, has to go to the employees' workers. We need qualifications on both. Some are saying this money is going to go to small businesses. Well, what does that mean exactly? And how small is the business? How large? How are you going to quantify that? By the number of employees? By the amount of revenue? I mean, what's going to qualify the business? We've got to look at the monies they've received, anything they've gotten. And we've got an amendment that just says simply, we want to make sure some of that goes to workers. I'm not going to oppose the amendment. I don't know that I'm going to support it. But at the same time, we ought to be looking out for Kansans. And, we can sit here and talk about corporate welfare. We can talk about personal welfare. We can talk about growing government, which, any of this money, I understand there's an amendment coming that's going to lower the amount in the bill from 100% to 35%. Why? Why? Why would we not put that money there and say, okay, it's all going to get used up, I was told. It's all going to go to business relief. And if that's the case, then those must be businesses that sincerely need it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be applying for it. Or are they unwilling to say that they don't need it? I don't know. All I know is look at where we're going. Dependency? I mean, are all of these entities being encouraged, whether they're workers, employees, those laid off, businesses that were closed? Are they all going to be sitting here a year from now after all these monies are dispersed and say, gee, I hope another COVID comes along? What are we encouraging? We're here fighting over policies, but the simple part of this is government's printing money, trillions of dollars. They're going to throw Kansas $1.6 billion. Wow. I was told when the $1,400 checks came out that it actually borrowed $14,000 to give me $1,400. Not something I would encourage. Small businessmen, how about the cattle producers where the cattle plant was shut down? The packers quit because of COVID. Are they going to qualify? What if you were a cattleman with just a small herd like myself and all of a sudden cattle prices plummeted? The local plants that were butchering weren't shut down. Their demand went through the roof. Last year in April, you had to book clear up until November before you could get a beef or a hog processed. They got busy because people couldn't get product. But look at us. Should we make sure this money goes to help workers? I would hope every business entity that applies for relief would look at who they laid off and who they put out of work and say, hey, I should be generous and help those people. But we ought to be looking at how do we get them back to work? How much of that money that we're going to 35% and the rest comes in, is that so we can manage and grow government and then build our budgets? I've seen that happen around here over the years. And budgets grow, and then, we don't have the revenue to cover it 2 years down the road. So the taxpayers again. Maybe every dime of this money ought to be distributed to the taxpayers. And then say, we're not going to do it. Or maybe it ought to be all designated, said, we want to pay down our federal national debt. There are all kinds of policy questions we could do with this money. I don't think this is a bad one. And I think some of us are arguing against something that really isn't necessarily bad. It's become a partisan issue. The people of Kansas that are out there watching and listening in, they want a solution. And they want to know that their freedom going forward is not going to be inhibited. And we shouldn't be encouraging a lifestyle that says, no, give me more, unless they're willing to work. Work is a good thing. Frankly, Mr. Chairman, I just had to vent. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you to the body. And I'm not going to say whether I'm a support this amendment, but I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions for the carry of the amendment, you may close.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you to the Senator from Brown for those words. And I agree, all businesses should do that. I had the privilege in 2019 to sit down and talk to Warren Buffett. And we had some very candid conversations. And one thing that I really appreciated hearing from him and hearing from his employees is he said he always looked at how best to work and adapt with his employees. And if you start at the bottom, and if you make it 6 months, you will probably be a vice president in one of his companies based on the way he treats his employees. That's offering time off. One of the workers, he's a vice president in my district. Her daughter was a senior in high school, and he was moving her from Arizona to DC at the time. And they said, get an apartment there, but do not miss any of your child's school sports events. We will work around you because we care about you. Yes, every business should, and I will say a lot of businesses do. And I worked very hard in my district helping support those businesses. I think this is a compromise saying, yes, let's protect our businesses, but let's also make sure that they are supporting their workers who are the lifeblood of those businesses. With that, I move my amendment and I ask for a roll call vote.
You've heard the motion. A roll call has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Ag. Auskedo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. File. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Twelve having voted in favor and 26 against, the motion fails. We are back on the bill. Are there further questions for the senator from Johnson on Senate Bill 286? Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment. I have turned it in.
What is the number?
S2244.
Pause for a moment while it's handed out.
Should have said SB 286 S224.
The amendment is short. Would you care to explain, or would you like it read?
I'll be glad to explain it, and if necessary, we can read it.
You may proceed.
A move to amend substitute for Senate Bill 286 on page 3 in line 29 by striking the 100% and inserting 35%. On page 8 in line 10, which applies to counties, by striking the 100% and inserting 35%. And in line 42, which applies to cities, by striking 100% and inserting 35%. Many of you already know the history of how this came about. The original draft of the bill, which was supported by many people in business and industry, was 25%. Nothing magic about that 25% of that pot of gold was talked about. However, the committee felt strongly that we took a stronger position on the Senate position, and we moved it to 100%, knowing that we would negotiate down eventually to a more reasonable level. The pot of gold out there is about, this is according to documents I just got from the Kansas Legislative Research Department, is about $1 million from the state, about $565 million from the county pool, and $423 million from the cities. That combines to about 1.1 rounded off. So 35% of that gives what we think is an adequate amount to satisfy the business needs. The business community didn't object and shook their heads kind of yes. But the 100% is probably a little rich. If there's leftover excess funds, it goes back to the original bucket of money that was intended for. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for any questions.
Questions for the carry of the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll just brief. So, in essence, we're lowering it from 100% to 35% to why?
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Well, there's a couple reasons. One is we're talking about an unelected, appointed board having that kind of authority over that kind of money, number one. Number two, we're talking about the reality of what we're estimating based upon some industry input as to what we think is really needed. So that lowering it to 35%. Now let me point out that the 35% is a policy question, and I get that. So no one's saying that's magical or that's should be firm. We just think the 100% is a little rich, number one, and number two, we were going to be in a position to negotiate from that point forward.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the negotiating downward to what, I mean, so just so I understand, this is just kind of like the retroactive where we're giving basically 35 cents on the dollar when it comes to the property tax rebate. Is that the similar concept here?
You know, I don't
Senator
want to venture
from
into that kind of
Senator
speculation.
Wilborn.
I would say that we think that 35% of the pool that I just mentioned, the 1.1 billion or whatever, should be adequate to accommodate what is needed, as opposed to taking it all, even though if we didn't spend it all, we could give it back to the original bucket that it came from.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
And so if I'm totally understanding this, but then so it sounds like, and that I would buy as being the policy concern, but now it sounds like there's also a political concern. You referred to, if I got the inexperience of the people on the pot of gold management or doling out committee. Is there some concern about they may get too rambunctious? What does that all mean when you talk about, you refer to basically the inexperience or whatever you refer to the people in the committee? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did not intend to castigate any inexperience. It was just a matter that these are select people that were supposed to have excellent credentials and qualifications. It's just a matter that it is a three-member board, and that gives us a little cap on the control. I was not insinuating anything about politics, or I was not insinuating anything about competency.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'll withhold judgment on the amendment for now, but once we're done processing this amendment, I want to delve deeper into the underlying bill, because I think the good senator has just kind of inadvertently let it out the bag of why I have some very much concerns about this underlying bill, and we'll have that discussion later. Thank you.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I ask a question of the good senator from McPherson County?
You may.
would he be so kind to help me walk through some real, though I know they'll be somewhat rough numbers. So we're saying 1.1 million or 1.1 billion is unencumbered from this anticipated manna from heaven from the federal government.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I jumped the gun a little bit. We're talking $565 million from the county's bucket, $423 million from the cities, and a little over $1 million left over from the state. And this is from the Kansas Legislative Research Department, dated May 4th, 2021.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. Again, exactly what do we see being available to this pool of money? Rough number.
According to the document that
Senator
was just handed to me,
McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
I apologize profusely, Mr. Chair. It is a document that was just handed to me is about $700 million.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
So that'd be 700 times 0.35 would be, what are we looking at, 300 million, roughly?
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you. The 700 million is the net of 0.35 times the gross.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Okay. So the 35% is 700 some hundred million. Okay. With that, there was a reference to industry-generated projections. Can we put some numbers on those industry projections?
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm certain we could, but I have no clue right now.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
That one took me aback. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from McPherson? Seeing none, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for my over-enthusiasm on answering questions. I move my amendment.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Division's been called. All those in favor, please stand. Please stand and remain standing. All those opposed, please stand. On a vote of 21 to 14, the motion passes. We are back on the bill. Are there further questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I serve as ranking on the tax committee, and I can remember the day that this bill came trotting out across our tax committee. And I was very intrigued by this bill. Number one, because we were talking about that time, I can't remember the status of 2313, but I do know we were already having conversations with the tax committee about, what type of tax relief would be appropriate, for businesses and others impacted by COVID. And I do remember that I made the comment, for better or for worse, is like, boy, it seems like there's a lot of legal issues here. I don't know if this needs to go to wherever, or should maybe go to judiciary or something. Not that anybody would have taken my recommendation per se, but this did end up in judiciary. And the reason I mention that is because, I'm a small business owner. I'm fascinated by business models, how businesses work, and basically, the environments that they work in. And while I'm more than busy with the tax and the commerce committees I serve on as ranking on both, I was really, Mr. Chairman, this is one bill that I would love to participate had I been on judiciary. No, I don't want to get reassigned to judiciary to either my minority leader or anybody else. So, but I will go ahead, though, and I would like to ask some questions, Mr. Chairman, for the carrier, if they would stand.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, could the carrier tell us, we just had a healthy debate about Senate Bill 2313. I'm trying to, for the life of me, figure out the purpose of SB 286. And if the carrier could provide with me the information why we need 286 in addition to 2313.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was not the carrier of HB 2313, so I'm not going to speak to 2313, but I would be happy to answer questions specifically about substitute for Senate Bill 286. And I will say that on substitute for Senate Bill 286, it provides a different mechanism for relief for for substitute for Senate Bill 286. And we're looking at businesses that were impacted by the orders, and so I'm not going to compare the two because, again, I was not the carrier of the other bill.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate response. I know there was myself and other members on our committee that are very concerned / interested on how the policy we were developing on 2313, how, if at all, that overlapped with Senate Bill 286. I have a major stinking suspicion that a lot of it does, but that can be held for another debate. I do have just some additional questions though about this. Is that what is the purpose of SB 286?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I stated at the beginning when I was presenting the bill that the purpose is to provide relief for our small businesses, our mom and pop shops and other small businesses who were negatively impacted by government actions through no fault of those businesses throughout the last more than a year during the pandemic. I consider that businesses are the lifeblood of our communities. They provide jobs in our communities and other services and goods in our communities, and they deserve some relief for actions taken against them through no fault of their own. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I very much appreciate that answer. Because there sounds to me already like there's a lot of overlap between SB 286 and 2313. And I kind of want to focus on that a little bit today as I talk about these two bills. One thing that jumps out at me is that, 2313, we've, in the retroactive piece of that, as well as we have a prospective piece, okay, the legislature has directly identified through statute specifically those businesses, okay, that qualify, either from a retroactive perspective or a prospective going forward. And what I find really fascinating about SB 286 it sounds like we have this mechanism called the board that manages the golden pot of money. And so I want to dwell on that a little bit more, Mr. Chairman, and kind of talk about the magical pot of money and who gets to basically play king for a day and anoint others with trinkets out of the pot of money. And so if the carrier of the bill could tell me, while it looks like in statute we talk about businesses that would qualify, if the carrier could describe in detail what business entities are actually selected to receive coins from the pot of gold.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to use the term pot of gold. I will use business relief fund. That's what it's called in the bill. And I would state that House Bill 2313 has not yet passed this chamber. So it has not been voted on final action. So it's been heard in this chamber, but it is not yet passed out of this chamber. So we will see where we are on that. But as of now, it has not. What businesses are there out there? Well, my gosh, there's so many, and there's such different variety that they could all come and file a claim under this act if they are duly qualified as stated in the act. They've had to have 50 or fewer full-time equivalent employees. It's all there in the bill. So it doesn't choose any certain industry over others. It doesn't play favorites. It doesn't deem your business was essential, yours was not. So if you are a business owner and you deem that you are entitled to this relief as stated in the bill, then you are welcome to choose to file a claim.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
So I want to be sure, is the carrier of the bill telling me that should 286 pass, that every claimant under 286 that makes a claim will fairly and rightfully receive some compensation, and that the board will dutifully carry that out?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The intent of the bill is that the board follow the instructions of the bill and the requirements of the bill. If a business that is not duly qualified, as stated in the bill, files a claim, well, then they're not going to be entitled to relief under the act. It's just like any other act. If you're not duly qualified, you're not going to be entitled to relief. So the bill specifies that. The bill also does provide that there shall be procedures put in place for filing claims by the board, and also rules and regs to be put into place by the Attorney General's office by November 1st of 2021 to help businesses discern how to file a claim. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm curious about how we determine the award amounts for the claimants. Is there like a detailed formula in the statute here that's going to basically say, hey, you plug in these 6 different numbers on a form and voila, the bottom line says you get this? How does this work?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How this works is pretty clearly laid out in the language of the bill. It is on page, just a moment, I hadn't flipped to it. It is at page 4 and 5. It requires the claimant to file certain documents and provide an affidavit. And it also provides on the bottom of page 5 and the top of page 6, in evaluating the claim award, the board shall consider the following factors for each claim. Then there's a list of 9 factors that the board shall consider. And that's spelled out there in the bill. I can read them, but I think the senator can read them as well without me having to read them out loud and use the body's time in that manner. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So basically, when you talk about the 7 factors, I would assume they're basically goalpost or basically things to be made aware of or things to address your claim around. But would it be fair to say that basically these claims that are coming in, I mean, obviously it's going to be based on financial data. I assume they have to provide financial documentation for this. And you've got the 7 factors or whatever. But basically, this is going to be some sort of subjective massaging process of where this board is going to determine, in essence, based upon the data presented, there's going to be a lot of secret sauce in this as far as to the actual monetary award they're going to get. Would that be a fair statement or not?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, it would not. I would not agree with those characterizations. And since we're being asked to discuss the following factors, I guess I will read them and explain them a little bit further. It's not just the numbers on the tax returns for 2019, 2020, and 21, but a business has had to do other things in response to restrictions imposed on the business. And the business would need to make that clear in the claim, including the duration and nature of the impact of each order, making a restriction, including the imposition of any curfew, occupancy restriction, or other restriction on business operations, any added duties posed and imposed on that business prescribed by law on businesses in order to comply with any governmental order that apply to that business's operations. The business would also have to describe the reasonable costs related to the filing of the claim under this act and any other extraordinary contributions by the business that benefited the general public of the state. I think we all heard in our communities businesses that went above and beyond what their ordinary business was in order to help the community with the response to the pandemic. Also, the other relevant factors to be included and considered by the board would be any relevant factors listed in the Kansas Eminent Domain Procedure Act and the Kansas Condemnation Law or the Kansas Private Property Protection Act. These are things already available to businesses to look at. And the entity would also have to discuss that if they've received other funds in response to other claims that they've participated in so that the board can see what the picture for that particular business looks like. And then the board would look at each particular business and make a determination after the filing period for all businesses have been closed. And that would have to be determined and finished by the last business day of 2022, which would be December 30th of 2022. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate the carry of the bill's response. Obviously, there's a lot of information, direct as far as ancillary information that will be used in the determination of this. But still, what I'm getting at here, body, is the fact that you're relying on a panel of folks here. They're going to have to develop a methodology, an algorithm, some formula to determine what businesses are going to be awarded. When you look at what we do as a legislature, we have statutes, and we put in the statute, this is who qualifies, this is what you get. My first concern with this, Mr. Chairman, is that basically, when you think about the god-awful sum of money we're talking about, and make no mistake, I myself, as an owner of 4 small businesses, I understand, kind of what businesses have gone through because I've been affected, some of my business operations, by COVID as well, some dramatically, some not as much. But the point is here is that we don't have in statute what the award is going to be for each of these businesses. We have a committee that's going to cook up some scheme, some algorithm, based upon all the data that's submitted. And a lot of it's going to be quantifiable. A lot of it's going to be subjective. And that's who we're talking about is going to make this. Now, I want to dive more to this. Mr. Chairman, could the carrier please talk about the actual people on the board? will they be assisted by like a third-party consulting group or somebody to help them put together the formulation, the methodology for gathering or for basically analyzing this quantitative subjective information? How is that going to translate to a bottom line? Here's the amount we're going to put on your check if we want to give you something.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 4 of the bill, it describes the members of the board. It requires the members of the board to be residents of the state, and they shall be selected with special reference to training and experience for duties imposed by the Act. And it will be individuals who are recognized for outstanding knowledge and leadership in the fields of business or finance. At least one member of the board shall be an attorney regularly admitted to practice law in the state of Kansas. So you can see that there are qualifications to serve on the board. And the board is authorized to hire experts to consult with in the fields to look at the tax returns and the other factors that are before the board as they make their claims determination. Yes, thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think I got my answer, but I just want to be crystal clear. Obviously, we have people to be placed on the board that have certain qualifications. I very much appreciate it. God knows we're going to need somebody smart to be on this thing if it comes to fruition. What I'm wondering, though, is that are they going to get any outside third-party assistance for actually determining basically check amounts to be written, or is this just going to be just whoever's on the board, they will just internally work to come up with how they're going to compensate people? Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pursuant to the bill, the board shall have authority, again, to hire expert consultants to provide information and assistance and gather information. And the board shall adopt policies and procedures necessary to facilitate the settlement of claims through the processes provided by this act. And the board may adopt rules and regulations to implement and administer the provisions of this act. So the board is going to be able to determine how to pay out these claims or not to pay out these claims. And I will also state that the act shall be administered by the board with the assistance and support of the Office of the Attorney General. The Office of the Attorney General, again, has some experience, for instance, with the Crime Victims Compensation Board type procedure to help and assist the board in administering and determining the claims.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to be clear, just so everybody understands, not only do we have a board of quote-unquote qualified individuals who are going to be making the determination on each of these claims put forward by claimants, but now you're bringing in totally third-party, outside people, entities, consultants, that basically is going to put together the criteria and basically the payout formulation on how they're going to make this. As far as we talk about, I want to be sure I understand now. So in essence, would it be fair, Mr. Chairman, to have the characterization that basically what we're setting up here is really basically bypassing the court system?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That sounded like a question to you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, would you care to repeat the question?
Well, okay, I think I'm technically supposed to ask you the questions, and the other side's supposed to pick up on that, but let me restate it then. Would the carrier basically describe if this, in fact, is basically, in fact, what we're setting up here, if we have claimants, is this, in fact, trying to basically short-circuit, basically bypass our court system?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've got thousands of businesses who are impacted by the pandemic and the governmental restrictions placed on them. They will have a choice through this act about whether to pursue claims here or in court. The state has an obligation also to look at state general funds and protect those state general funds. We have funds available to help pay out, like you might have heard, sort of a class action process that's going to be happening here, but on an individual basis, that you're going to file your claim, and we're going to try to, as a state, make it an easy process on these businesses who have already been so harmed by government action. So they will have to elect, a business will have to elect a remedy, which is very common in procedures such as this. Either you file your claim under this act, you can voluntarily do that, you cannot voluntarily do that, or your option is to file a 48-933 claim in court. We all know court can be expensive. It usually requires, and in fact for a business entity, an LLC cannot represent itself. It has to have an attorney represent the entity, so it will require the retaining of an attorney to file the claim, to bring the claim. That will be a laborious process to go through the claims process. And with the act, it is meant to get this money to private businesses, private entities who struggled, who kept our neighbors employed, who kept our communities going, who did the best they could to provide extraordinary services for our community during the pandemic. So it is meant to be, I was asked about the intent of the bill earlier, it is meant to be not any further burden put on these businesses by government to get the relief that they would be seeking. So the bill does provide that. That's why there's an end date that the panel must put a decision on the claim so that businesses can have some certainty and determine, okay, by this date I will get a decision and the funds. So there's some question about 48-933 and what that means. This bill addresses it on the last page, that it continues to be the Senate's position. The Senate passed SB 273 earlier this session, and in Senate Bill 273, the Senate position was that 48-933 claims would not be used for intangible loss. You would not be entitled to monetary relief. So again, if your car had to be used for some purpose and it wasn't returned to respond to the disaster, you would be able to seek relief under 48-933 for the loss of the vehicle. Or if your crops had to be burned for some reason in response to COVID-19, you could receive compensation for that under 48-933, a tangible loss. For intangible losses like we're looking at in Senate Bill 286, your remedy is here to file the claim. Again, it's meant to get relief for these businesses who have been suffering for so long, and it's meant to help them as best we can.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate those comments. However, some other thoughts spring to mind now that she shared that information. First of all, I can't help but think that there's got to be some hungry trial attorneys out there that just be dying to file a class action lawsuit against the state. So it seems to me that for those small businesses seeking effective and affordable legal representation, they could take this case through that route to get relief against the state. But the carrier also brought up an interesting facet that I want to explore. It sounds like, Mr. Chairman, that obviously the state is really wearing two hats in this whole deal, aren't they? Would it be correct to say, would the carrier agree with me that basically the state is basically on one hand trying to be an arbitrator for those that want to come through this process as outlined by 286, and on the other hand, it's going to be a defendant for those that choose to file a lawsuit against the state. Would that be correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, who would be defendants in that litigation would be our counties, our cities. And what this Senate, it could also be the state as well. So what Senate Bill 286 does, we as a legislature have an obligation to look at state general funds as well. What the substitute for Senate Bill 286 provides is that you have a procedure, a settlement procedure, if you will, because 48-933 is a terrible vehicle for a class action. And I could go into the very detailed requirements and elements that a class has to show in order to be certified as a class. And so it wouldn't really be the proper vehicle for a class action. I use that as a metaphor, meaning we will have a large number of claims, but the issue is they're different, right? There's different kinds of businesses, sometimes sole proprietors. We're doing this in response to the restrictions, and sometimes restaurants were doing that, or gyms were doing this other thing, or retailers were doing this. So because of the diversity of claims, what Senate Bill 286 does is it protects our cities and counties through this settlement process in 286 from further litigation. Those cities and counties would have to incur the cost to defend that litigation. The state would too. But through this fund that we have set up, we can provide a remedy, a solution. We're all here to provide a solution. That's what the legislature often does, is provide solutions. We have solutions available for businesses of all types in substitute for Senate Bill 286, and we have solutions for government as well, that the government will provide a settlement for you, the business, and litigation could take years, especially our, as you have to hire as a plaintiff, you would have to hire experts to show proof of loss, that sort of thing. And our businesses are already so burdened that 286 was meant to provide them a settlement procedure, should they choose to use it, that they could do that cost effectively and get back to the business of being in business. That's what 286 is about. Keep these businesses in the business of being in business and not being closed and not struggling like they have been for over the last year.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a follow-up question to that. I want to be sure I understand from the carrier. Is she somehow implying that basically if we pass 286, it gets through the chambers and across the governor's desk and whatever, but it becomes law? Is the magical thinking here that there will be no lawsuits against the state?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not engaging in any magical thinking. Maybe some others are, but this does envision a large majority, probably, of businesses will use this procedure and others won't. They will have that choice.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But it does sound like, that, in essence, it sounds like the Judiciary Committee has anticipated, or is it that there would, in fact, be basically claimants wanting to come through this process if, in fact, if it were become law, and there will, in fact, be lawsuits directly against the state. Would that be a fair statement?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not here to judge what's fair or not fair as put forth in that question, but I will tell you this. We had testimony, proponent testimony from the Kansas Restaurant and Hospitality Association. They are the second biggest employer in the state of Kansas in favor of this procedure. We had the Kansas Chamber of Commerce, who has businesses of all types as members, in favor of this process. The business community is in favor of this process. We had 0 opponent testimony in committee on this bill. So there's no opposition except from certain members of the body here to this bill.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Well, she didn't answer the question, Mr. Chairman, so I assume by her non-answer what she's saying is yes, there's going to be basically claims filed under 286 if this becomes law, and there will also be lawsuits going against the state or directly the counties. And this is where I want to go with my next set of questions here, Mr. Chairman. Could the carrier of the bill tell me basically the role that the Attorney General or the Office of the Attorney General is going to be playing? It doesn't have to be into the weeds, but just basically, what is the role of Attorney General Schmidt and or his office when it comes to basically administering the process under 286?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to clear up the statement in that question about assumptions that were made about the last answer. The proponents of this bill, again, there were many stakeholders who came and testified. Again, there was no opposition. So the thinking of those who came and testified, I said it was the counties, it was the cities, it was business entities, and they had an opportunity to state their support, and they did. So the thinking is amongst those and the committee that there will actually be less litigation. Let me state that again. Less litigation for the state, less litigation for the counties, less litigation for the cities with 286. And I want to be very clear about that rather than some assumptions. There will be fewer litigation because businesses want to settle their claims and want to move forward with being in the business of being in business. So it's not a correct assumption that the answer to the last question was yes. In fact, the thinking of those who testified is that businesses will use this act to provide relief to what they have gone through in the last year. The role of the Attorney General's office is stated in the bill. I can read it for you, that the board shall any employees of the board or the office of the Attorney General may support the board's duties, and the Attorney General has the, he'll be providing oversight. Hold on just a minute, I have to look for the place where that's stated. The board shall report each written decision to the Attorney General and the claimant. And if the decision grants relief within 30 days of receipt of such decision, the Attorney General shall authorize payment and shall notify the county or city of the relief to be paid to each claimant. If the Attorney General determines that all monies in the COVID-19 Business Relief Fund established under the Act have been exhausted, then the Attorney General shall certify such determination and cause a notice of such certification to be published in the Kansas Register. And on and after the date of the publication, all pending or future claims against the fund are declared null and void.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And not to be a stickler, but once again, the carrier spoke about less litigation, less litigation, less litigation. She didn't say zero litigation. And what I'm trying to drive at is I think we have a potential conflict of interest. When you look at what's going on in this bill, it sounds like General Schmidt, along with his office, they will be not only facilitating the operations of the board, but as I read here in our explainer, and maybe it's different from your guys's, I don't know. But basically, we see here basically the acts administered by the board with the assistance support of the Office of the Attorney General. And I think there's a specific reference here about the Attorney General, the bill allow the Attorney General to compromise or settle related claims on behalf of the state. So I assume that the Attorney General, who is not technically on that board, would that be correct, Mr. Chairman? He will in fact be having input, driving input to those board members as far as how to settle these claims. Would that be a fair assessment?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, that would not be a fair assessment. And let me backtrack for a minute. If this bill were to become law, there would in fact, and I can state with certainty, be zero litigation against the state, the counties, and the cities for monetary loss, for intangible loss, for loss of profit, for costs of doing business, for cost of the restrictions, because that's how the Act defines your claim and restrictions. So it impacts the 48,933 claims that are out there right now if we don't have 286. So when I say zero litigation, I mean zero litigation. So let's be clear about that, zero litigation, because it has been the position of this chamber since we passed Senate Bill 273 earlier this session that there shall be non-monetary compensation for, there's no monetary compensation for intangible loss under 48,933. And with 286, it ensures that the state will not be engaged in litigation for intangible loss. because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So now that I've cleared that up, the question is, I don't recall what the question is about whether the Attorney General will be reviewing these claims. That's not what the Act provides, no.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you. Now I'm really confused because, so did we in this bill, or was it a prior bill that we took it basically away a business's right to sue the state over these claims? Have we done that? Did she answer that? Did I miss something?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 273, when it passed out of this chamber, provided that there would be no relief under 48.933 for monetary compensation for intangible loss. That provision was changed as it was put into Senate Bill 40, which passed and has become law. So I think the senator is asking about business liability protection and immunity for claims by others who want to claim that they were exposed to COVID-19 or contracted COVID-19 at a business. Those claims, there is business immunity protection for businesses, but that's not similar to what 286 does, if I've answered the question.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do apologize to the chair. I'm not trying to be purposely dense here. But no, I was specifically talking about if I'm a business and I want to sue the state of Kansas because either the state of Kansas or county shut me down, are you telling me that I no longer have that right?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for clarifying the question. You can still sue under 48.933 for injunctive relief. If you want to file asking the court to provide you an injunction against the state about mask mandates or social distancing restrictions or occupancy or curfew restrictions, you could ask for injunctive relief. You cannot ask for monetary compensation for intangible loss, because we have covered that here in 286. So you would not be asking for monetary relief from the state or the county or the city in 48.933 if Senate Bill substitute for Senate Bill 286 were to be enacted.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, and I appreciate the carrier. Once again, I'm not an attorney. But what I just heard basically is this bill takes away the right for business to sue directly. The state of Kansas does not participate in this program in 286, if I'm understanding that correctly. And this is the point, committee, that I'm trying to get to. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, with my questioning, is that I think we're going to have a conflict of interest here, potentially with the Attorney General's office, from the aspect of if the Attorney General or the office is involved in any sort of administration of 286, or as I'm reading, I'm sorry, in my write-up it says the bill would allow the Attorney General to compromise or settle related claims on behalf of the state with approval of the State Finance Council. I assume that's all under the auspices of 286. And then I'm also starting to think about, well, what if the parties that just sue the state or the county directly, the Attorney General is going to be basically, he'll be representing the state on those, but I'm not sure who the heck the Attorney General is representing on 286. So do we have a conflict if you have both suits coming directly at the state or the counties and people going through this, and the Attorney General, in fact, has some sort of role or responsibilities in this 286 approach? That is really my question, Mr. Chairman, what I'm driving at.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't mention earlier that the Attorney General was in committee yesterday and did testify and was available for questions such as this. And wanted to clarify also that Section 2 of the Act allows payments from the fund. Also, if a claim is settled outside the Act, and the board has full control of the claims under the Act. So let me repeat that. The board has full control of claims under the Act. The Attorney General's office just handles payment from those funds once it's determined that a claim should be granted. So the Attorney General's office under 286 provides an administrative role, if you will, not a decision-making role. And so it would seem that there's no decision-making hand in the claims process by the Attorney General's office. So it's just, again, an administrative role when the board makes its decision.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
So I'm just trying to get this straight. In our bill explainer, Mr. Chairman, it says this bill 286 will allow the Attorney General to compromise or settle related claims on behalf of the state with the approval of the State Finance Council. I understand that to be within the guts of 286. If that is true, then he is working in conjunction with that board, and we can act like the board is the final determinant, but in fact, if he or his office, even indirectly, is having input to how those claims are processed, and yet he or his office is basically defending the state or the county's interests in separate suits that come before those bodies, and other attorneys can climb in here, I see this as a massive conflict of interest, and I don't know how we get, this to me, I'm just really concerned that you've got our Attorney General office wearing two hats. Who does he represent? So that's just a point I'm trying to make, and please somebody tell me I'm totally off, but I think that's a problem if somebody can't just totally shoot me out of the water on this. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. I will tell you that you are way off. The conflict of interest argument is a red herring. It's not inherent in the bill. It's not even directly in the bill. The bill brief may summarize, but the Act itself clearly states that the Attorney General doesn't have any hand in determining the outcome of these claims. I don't know how much more clear the bill, not the bill brief, can be. So if we look at the bill, it's not the Attorney General, his office, or her office, or whoever's the Attorney General, it's who is on that board. The attorney, there'll be one attorney on that board, and two others with business and finance experience. So there's no conflict of interest. In fact, there's no conflict of interest because if you are a business and you elect to file a claim under this Act, you are then prohibited from suing the state for the same loss. And there's no conflict. You either do this, and if you don't do this, then you can't sue over here. So there's no conflict. There's not even a possibility of conflict, because if you seek part of this fund, if you as a business want part of this fund, your mechanism, your procedure is to go under this Act. You can't also sue the state or the county or the city for this same loss. So it's not correct to state that there's a conflict of interest. The board will be making these decisions. These three members of the board selected by the governor's office, the Senate president, and the Speaker of the House.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I will then strongly disagree with the carrier amendment. It may not be a conflict of interest from the claimant standpoint, but in fact, the Attorney General, in my opinion, would be conflicted because he would in fact be compromising representation of either the state and or the county if in fact he and or his office are serving to administer these claims under 286. I could see where he could be singing two different songs. I think that would be compromised representation if in fact we would be, the state or the county would be to rely on the Attorney General, in fact, to be the defense of if a party were to directly sue the state. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, if I was a business and I had a claim, I'd want to directly sue the state because I'd probably have a defending attorney general would be more likely to agree with me right out of the gate. I don't know. I want to ask another question here too. I'm just curious. Was the attorney general material in putting this legislation together? How did this happen where he got wrapped up into this?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what you mean wrapped up in, but the Attorney General's office was consulted, and again, to kind of use the example of Crime Victims Compensation Board, who looks at claims such as these when victims of crime file claims, and that's administered by a board, not the Attorney General's office who's deciding those decisions, but a board, and so consulted in that way to help put this together.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to ask a question, and I know I will probably inadvertently upset people. I'm not trying to be partisan, but I am going to ask the question. And the question would be this: did the committee take a step back and just ask, is there even the appearance of a conflict, having the Attorney General be a part of this role, given the fact that he has publicly declared that he's running for governor?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That discussion came up as we have worked on Senate Bill 286. We had a prior hearing on 286. We had this hearing on 286, and that was considered. And this is the bill that committee was comfortable with, and this is the bill that has passed favorably out of committee.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will just close with this. I'll be voting no against this, and let me tell you why. I believe that the good work we did in 2313 today, where we as a legislature have specifically specified in statute, those businesses that we have deemed should receive some relief, and we have proscribed in those statutes, we have specified specifically what they should get. It's not a secret. It's there in broad daylight. And so those applicants that come through, they can make application, they can apply, they'll be considered for award. If they don't, we have things to get a hearing, but it's all by statute. I'm really concerned about this whole mechanism. I was very much against supporting any limited liability legislation for any entity, be it a business, a person, whatever, because I felt that basically once you start exempting people from risk through the legislature, you develop moral hazards. Now we have, I believe, a superior piece of legislation in 2313. If we feel that as a legislature that there's additional redress we need to provide for businesses, and believe me, I'm totally open to that discussion. By my full-throated support of 2313, it shows I want to have that discussion when we need to. I think that is a much preferable way, Mr. Chairman, that we go about this than what 286 would purport to do. Think about what we're doing here. We're going to have basically 3 people, okay, who are, unelected. They're not accountable to the taxpayers. Because let's face it, they're handing out coins from the pot of gold, okay, and they're unaccountable. So you've got an accountability with that basically closely tagged. You have a transparency issue. I think that's huge. How do we know what those people are doing? What's going on? How do you control that process once you turn that spigot on? And then you've got, in my mind, and once again, I'm not an attorney, But from all appearances to me, you've got a conflict with the Attorney General in the fact that, number one, he could and probably will be defending either the state or the counties against certain suits brought directly by businesses. And then he and or his office is going to be involved in the operations and no doubt the influencing of how together they put together and bundle and package these awards. And on top of that, the guy's running for governor. I mean, come on. I think the best way to do this is if we need to provide more relief, we need to do it through legislation directly, not involve basically, an opaqueness of where we have unelected people making these decisions. That's our job. When you start taking the decisions farther away from the legislature, that's when you get into problems. And I'll finally close with this, Mr. Chairman. We talk about, and I fully support this fact, is that the legislature is very concerned when people get in its lane. We hear about activist judges. We hear about basically, overbearing, executive orders from the executive branch, right? I want to ask the body this question, Mr. Chairman. Are we getting out of our lane in this? Now, we have shown a willingness to help our businesses. We want to do that. But we have a court system, and we have basically attorneys out there who would be more than happy, to file class action lawsuits against the state based upon the merits of this. And they can go through that. We are getting out of our lane. We're being judicial legislators here. Because once you start getting into a situation where you have unelected people determining awards, who do those determinants of that board, who are they representing? Are they supposed to be representing the claimants? Are they representing the states or the county's interests? Who's on first? I think this is a massive conflict of interest. I really do. I think it's it has very little transparency. I think the accountability is out the window. I think what we want to do, if we want to address this, let's do more direct pieces of legislation where the legislature can directly control what's to be doled out to those targeted parties that are most in need. I very much appreciate the carrier's responses to my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, do you care to respond?
No, thank you.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of questions I need some clarification on after listening to all of this. Can the senator from Johnson clarify how long this window of opportunity is open for businesses to apply?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill states that the claim filing window is January 1st of 2022 through March 31st of 2022.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
March 31st, okay. Now, Mr. Chairman, how are all of these, I'm assuming this is any business, we've mentioned small businesses, mom and pops, everybody. I want to know how they're going to know that this window is open.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The act will be printed in the register. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
We know how many subscriptions there are to the register, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how many there are, but it's as any act is put out there that businesses would be aware of.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Okay, so I'm going to follow up with, okay, so the notification is printing in the register. So when will that'll be printed if this is passed and becomes law? So they would know January 1st, March 31st. You mentioned earlier, if I heard right, Mr. Chairman, that there would be zero opportunity for lawsuits for intangibles. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the intent of the bill is if you have that sort of claim, let's make it easy, less burdensome for you, the business who has been so burdened through this pandemic. Let's get this relief to you in a way that's not difficult or onerous for you, the business.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, March 31st rolls around, April Fool's Day comes, and I want to know, so any business then that did not apply because they did not recognize, but the opportunity for suing for intangibles is gone for everyone. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the Act, yes, that's true. The legislature puts in place statutes of limitations and deadlines all the time, and this would be one of them. Again, we've got to get these claims reviewed by the board and get relief to these businesses.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Well, I'm learning more about this all the time, and I'm really disappointed because the sponsor, whoever drafted this, should have put in a notification process. Should have made sure every business across the state of Kansas knows about this, rather than just being printed in the register. I understand we have associations that can contact their groups, which I'm sure they will. I'm sure the chamber will notify all their members. NFIB will notify their members, but not all businesses are members of those associations. Not all businesses participate by following the register. I mean, we're talking about businesses that are running their businesses daily. They're working, they're busy, and maybe they have an attorney, but most mom and pops are out there working and don't. And so they will lose an opportunity, the right to take to court to pursue settlement for all of their losses, because this has been created and designed to close that, to stop that. I've had my eyes on the focus of the monetary being put into the fund to draw this down, but really in reality, the point of this bill is this is going to stop and prevent lawsuits. Am I wrong in that assessment, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I didn't hear the end of the assessment, but as it is now, any business would have to find 48,933 to determine they have a claim. 48,933 is buried within Chapter 48, so this is no more difficult than finding your right to a claim in 48,933. So again, I think that takes us down a road that's not really going to be in play. And remember, these are small businesses that they don't want to have to file a lawsuit. They need, again, to be in the business of being in the business. So he would have to restate his assertions. I didn't hear them.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Oh, I got a bunch of questions. Okay. So what's the window of opportunity under whatever you mentioned, 4893? How long is that window open?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The interesting thing about 48,933 is the Attorney General's position is you do not have a claim as a business for intangible loss because of COVID-19 disaster. So there is currently litigation right now in Kansas court between a private business and the state. And the state has taken the position that you don't have a right to file a claim for intangible loss under 48,933. So this bill 286 is consistent already with the position of the state in current litigation. So it does provide an avenue, though, for relief for these businesses that 48,933 is not clear. Even without 286, it is not clear that these businesses would have relief even if they did go to court. So this bill actually makes it more clear for businesses, you have an opportunity for relief right here. And that's what we want to provide, opportunity for relief for businesses that is not already there in 48,933. So don't be fooled that if you're thinking without 286 and your business, you're going to be able to get monetary relief under 48.933. What you're going to end up possibly doing is spending a lot in attorney's fees to litigate a claim. And at the end of that, you know who's going to win? It's going to be the lawyers who you paid the attorney fees to. It's not going to be you, the business, because not only were you harmed by what government did in its restrictions on your business, you've already suffered that harm, but your harm is going to be compacted and impacted even further because you're going to have to be in litigation that takes your time and effort and resources away from running your business and puts it into litigation that at the end of that, it might be determined you don't even have a claim because there is no relief under 48.933 as it stands. So 286 is an important tool for businesses. We talk about toolboxes all the time here in the legislature. It's an important it's an important tool for businesses who are looking for relief for what they went through during the pandemic so that they can stay in business, continue to employ those that they employ in our community and provide services there.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Mr. Chairman, I've got several. I'm curious, is the senator from Johnson telling me that there cannot be a class action lawsuit by a bunch of small businesses going forward because of 48.933?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Class action lawsuits, you have to be certified as a class. And there is a lot of litigation involved just to be certified as a class. You can't band together, for instance, with the restaurants in your town and say, hey, we're going to go be certified as a class and we're going to file a class action lawsuit. There are very stringent requirements, the sameness of your claims, there's very stringent requirements. It's very hard in litigation to get a class certified. And that requires litigation too. You're going to have to litigate whether you can be certified as a class. And again, you know who wins in that instance is the lawyers. And you know who wins in a class action lawsuit usually? At the end of it, even if you prevail, if you've been certified as a class, you prevail on your claims and you get some award of money, a lot of that award goes to the attorney's fees. So again, with the intent of 286 is to get businesses relief without having to go through further hurdles and take away from their ability to concentrate on their business and get back to prosperity.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Sounds to me like the window of opportunity for class action lawsuit under 48.933 is open going forward. Now, yeah, there's some hoops to jump through. And yes, they would have to do a lot of litigation. I understand that. But that window's open. But now, under this bill, would the senator agree or disagree, the window for a class action lawsuit under this legislation closes and is no longer there? Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The great thing about 286, you don't have to jump through those hoops to be certified as a class to get your money by the end of December 2022. You have to get your tax returns in order. You have to answer these questions in the form that's going to be put into place, and then your claim is going to be determined. So you don't have to jump through those hoops of a class action. Class action is I would say, an animal of litigation. And I think if you asked any business owner, they would prefer to not be in litigation. Again, they would prefer to be in business operating, which is the reason why they created their business.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Well, I didn't get an answer to my question, Mr. Chairman, but I do believe the window closes with this bill for a class action. And I'm not a bad fisherman. I understand baiting, and that's what this is. This is understandable. It's not a bad idea. Throw the bait out there. Hope they take it. You don't have that window of opportunity anymore for class action, lawsuits, et cetera, down the road, because hopefully they come in. The problem is the notification process to all of these small mom and pops and small businesses out there, and how they're going to know that they have this opportunity. And now we've limited the fund to 35% of the $1 billion to $300 million. We've limited the amount of dollars. We've brought it down with the amendment that went on. It's problematic. I guess I would ask too is how is this board going to figure out with this amount of 300 million, whatever it is, going to be a little over that, but how they're going to determine. I mean, are they hoping, is the assumption that is that this window is only open for 90 days? So, boom, you're either going to know about it or you don't. And if you don't, and you miss the window on April Fool's, ta-da, no longer do you have the right to go form a class action lawsuit because we put it out there, we dangled the hook, and sorry, you didn't take the stink bait, Mr. Catfish. You didn't bite when you had the opportunity, because that's what this sounds like to me. And I did not get this in committee yesterday, but it's becoming more or less about the money. It's more about the fact to try to avoid lawsuits. Would the senator from Johnson agree that the policy is partly to avoid lawsuits and avoid a cost to the Kansas taxpayers, Mr. Chairman?
Body, please reduce the volume of the sidebar conversations. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. Legislation that we bring forward is meant to be a solution. 286 is a solution for businesses and government. It's a process that businesses can bring their claims. It's to no business's advantage to be part of a class action if even one could be certified in these circumstances. And again, there is no determined right to relief under 48.933 for these types of claims. And if it's determined by the Supreme Court that this type of claim isn't allowed under 48.933, guess what? Our businesses get zero relief. Zero. The legislature then has done nothing. Thank you.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Mr. Chairman, we were short on time yesterday working this bill. One of the things that I would like to know is on the application process, is this going to be handled in a similar fashion as unemployment applications? Businesses are going to apply. Is that going to, I mean, how's this going to work?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to clarify that the committee was not short on time hearing or working this bill yesterday. There was plenty of opportunity to ask questions. There were plenty of opportunities to bring amendments, such as when the window closes, all these sorts of amendments. We had plenty of time in committee yesterday to continue to hear the bill and to continue to work it. So it's not correct that we were short on time yesterday in committee. And the question, I don't recall because I had to clear that statement up, so if he wants to restate his question, that would be fine.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll restate my question after I make a comment. It was 2:30, and we were due on the floor, and the committee was, we better get her done. So we did get short on time, unless we were going to hold up the whole chamber and not get back here. Anyway, I guess that's a matter of opinion, and you can argue it all day long. I guess we could have stayed there and got all this ironed out, but we didn't choose to do that. We chose to pass the bill out and get back to the floor. My question was, on the application process, are these businesses going to jump through hoops? How are they going to apply? Is this going to be similar to unemployed persons applying for unemployment? What kind of procedure is the application process? Please, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thinking back to committee actually yesterday, I believe it was the senator from Brown who made the motion to pass the bill out of committee. So if he had other amendments to make and to bring, he could have brought those, but it was he himself who brought the motion to pass it out of committee at the time of his choosing. How you apply, how the application process is, that would be for the board to put into place and the Attorney General's office to put into place by November 1st of 2021. Part of the consultation with the Office of Attorney General was, is that enough time for you to put those procedures and those forms in place? And they confirmed that yes, it was.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree. I did make a motion to pass this out favorably. It was at 100% when I made that. It's been changed. And I did not make the motion to adjourn the committee. So, you know, yeah, we could have stayed. I didn't make the motion to adjourn. So if we want to review the minutes, let's find out who made a motion to adjourn. But anyway, I think there's a lot of problems with this. I think we need a notification process for all of these entities out here, all of the mom and pops, all the small businesses that probably are not looking to the Kansas Register for their business guide every day. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stop. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say we hold it open so we can bring an amendment regarding a notification process.
Further questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And really, I guess not so much a question, but more clarification. On 286, I think there was a disconnect, or I'm not reading this correct or something. On page 7, starting with line 21, and this has to deal with if you file a claim, then you give up your right to a lawsuit. It says if a claimant files a claim with the board pursuant to this act, such claimant shall be prohibited from filing any claim against the state and all subdivisions. So the if, if the senator from Johnson, the carrier of the bill, can clarify, the only way you waive your right to a lawsuit is if you apply for this in that time slot. And that is the only way that a lawsuit, you give up your right to a future lawsuit.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct, that on page 7 at line 21, if you file a claim, you are then prohibited from filing a claim for compensation for the governmental action. And if you don't file a claim under this act, there is no affirmative right in 48.933 that you will be entitled to compensation for intangible loss. I believe the bill does otherwise state that at line 32, nothing shall create any property right or right in action, and that, hold on just a moment. You'll have to give me a minute, but go ahead and continue if you have another question.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really don't have a question. I was just trying to clarify that if Senate Bill 286 passes, and if someone does not file a claim under Senate Bill 286, they have not waived their right for a future lawsuit, irregardless of 48.933, because 48.933 is not affected in this part on Senate Bill 286. The only way you waive a future lawsuit under Senate Bill 286 is if you file a claim. And that's just what I wanted to clarify, because there's some confusion about if Senate Bill 286 passes, there's a limited window of opportunity to apply from January 1st to March 31st. And if for some reason on April Fool's someone went to try to file and they couldn't, then that does not negate their opportunity to file a claim or file a lawsuit under Senate Bill 286 because they did not file the claim during that time period. So I just wanted to clarify that for the body. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, do you care to respond?
Not at this time, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, you may close on the bill.
Actually, I have an amendment.
You have the amendment number?
Yes. I'm sorry, what was the question?
The amendment number? The amendment number?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's SB 286 S2247.
Pause for a moment while it's handed out. Would you prefer to have the amendment read, or would you like to explain?
Oh, it's very short, and I'll explain. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was some question earlier about HB 2313 and Senate Bill 286, and want to amend 286 to state on page 7 that if you pursue your claim in 286, you can still pursue, if HB 2313 becomes law, you can still pursue relief under 2313. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the carrier of the amendment?
Just one question for the carrier of this amendment.
Proceed.
You hear that? Okay. It does not refer to the bill. It refers to the statutes that would be modified when we refer to that other bill that hasn't passed yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the wrong paper got handed out. We're looking for Senate Bill 286 S2247.
It appears 2242 was handed out in error. One moment.
Thank you. Thank you. That'll be coming next.
You are correct, Senator. This is much shorter. If you'd care to explain 2247 again, or we can return to questions.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that you can still, let's see, on page 7 that you're prohibited from filing any claim in a civil action, but you can still pursue, with that language, then you could pursue your claim under HB 2313. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, you may close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have another amendment. It has been turned in, and it is number SB 286 S2242.
I believe that's been distributed, but we will have additional copies. Should anyone need one, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2242 is an amendment to align the funds that are there, if they're not all sent out in relief by the Attorney General's office. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the senator stand for a question?
She will.
Would that also include the county and city funds?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
It would, thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
So, I'm sorry, but I thought in the original bill that the funds went back to the counties and cities.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe it goes back to let me make for sure with the revisor on that, if I could. Just a moment, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, body, for letting me clarify that. The amendment concerns the state funds, and the state funds then would revert to the control of the LCC, and it does not affect the county and city funds that would then have to be used as currently written in the bill for any lawful purpose under state or federal law.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So as it's written, the funds currently stay with the city and county, and they're just remitted as these grants or these applications are approved. So anything that's remains would stay where it is presently with the city or the county.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I follow that question correctly, the answer is yes.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you for that answer. Still feel that the cities and counties shouldn't be involved, but at least you answered that to make it clear that these are not going then to the LCC.
Further questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. Was this considered or brought up in committee?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment is required to conform to what the Senate position is that we passed in other legislation this year regarding that the State Finance Council would not control these funds, but the LCC would. So it is meant to conform with that position of the Senate.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, so I will take that no, it was not discussed yesterday in committee. I do appreciate your answer, and I actually appreciate that we're trying to be consistent with some of these things. But I do also have concern. There has been a lot of concern, and I do serve on the LCC, that we don't have the staff capacity for this, and there has been some question and talk about whether this should go to the State Finance Council. I'm looking at the Spark. So while I do appreciate and think this is better than the Attorney General, I do think it should have been vetted in committee and probably looking at possible consequences to this action, whether or not they actually have the capacity to do what is being required of them. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's interesting that the senator complains that it wasn't vetted in committee. We are here in committee, and we hear all the time that this is the proper place to do these sort of working on bills, as we've been here for a couple hours doing this. And we heard from another senator that he made a motion to cut our work in committee short. So here we are. This is an important piece of this legislation, and the LCC would not be administering the claims, so I'm not sure what the concern is about time, but it's if at the end of the claims process and there's funds left, it would be returned to the LCC to determine in accordance with state and federal law what the funds would be used for.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I appreciate your response, and I do think it is appropriate to bring amendments. I just thought it was a little ironic that the chair of the Judiciary Committee brought the amendment, and it was not a technical fix, but thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, do you care to respond? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
I'll just make one point on this. I'm a little tired of ceding our authority to the LCC. I think this should go to the committees that we have in place for appropriations. We have a Sparks committee that brings in people from business. The coordinating council is meant to coordinate legislative business, not decide what to do with COVID relief funds. In general, I find that we keep ceding ourselves away from what we ought to be doing, which is to be doing the work of the people as a body. The more we give control over, no disrespect to our esteemed members of the LCC and our chamber, the more each of us individuals who are not on that esteemed committee lose that voice. And I'm a little tired of that. I don't really support this only for that reason. I'll be voting no, but for whatever that's worth.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, do you care to respond? Seeing no further questions, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This body has seen in other legislation that we have put in place the LCC to look at funds such as this, and has determined that that would be the appropriate avenue, and that would be appropriate here as well. With that, Mr. Chair, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion appears to carry. Division's been requested. All those in favor will stand. Yes. All those who are opposed, please stand. On a vote of 20 to 12, motion carries. We are back on the bill.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
from Johnson,
Chairman.
Senator Warren.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have another amendment. I need to turn it in, though. I've been standing here, so I need to turn it in real quick.
Please do so.
Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, do you have the number for the amendment?
I do, Mr. Chair. It's SB 286 S 2248.
We'll pause while we hand that out. One appears more lengthy. Would you like to have it read, or would you prefer to explain?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go ahead and explain it.
Please proceed.
We've all seen this before. It's a bit lengthy, but we've seen it before, and it's not complicated. It's the confidentiality, the contact tracing confidentiality privacy act. Yes, COVID-19 Contact Tracing Privacy Act that actually passed this body on, just a moment, it was Senate Bill 304, and it passed this body March 31st. So the only thing that has changed, and I would amend the 286 by adding the contents of 304 into 286, with one change to 286, and it would be that the Senate addressed the issue about the expiration, the sunset, if you will, of the Contact Tracing Privacy Act that expired a couple of days ago. So on page 4 and 5, that's cleaned up here in the amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
I mean, the stamina of the maker of this, or the carrier of this bill. I want to check the germaneness on this, though, because it does seem to be dealing with contract tracing and things that have to deal with local Secretary of Health officers versus the COVID Relief Act and funds and the administration of budgetary funds that go along with those things, as well as the cities and counties. So I do challenge germaneness at this time.
The germaneness of the amendment has been challenged. The chair will seek a ruling from the rules chair. The chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, for a ruling from the Rules Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It unruly expands the title. We will rule this non-germane. Thank you.
We're back on the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I would state that the Senate did pass Senate Bill 304, which would put in place in perpetuity the ban on contact tracing. And without it passing the House, we don't have that ban. So we'll be looking at that further. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been a lot of discussion today, and I find that, thank you for the decorum of the body. It's been a long debate. I've answered a lot of questions, and appreciate the opportunity to close. To me, part of the American dream is being a business owner. You put your blood, sweat, tears into your effort, and to be inhibited by by government is not what you intend. I think businesses were blindsided and their liberties were taken away through no fault of their own. It was dealing with a pandemic, it's true, but we need to provide relief for them in response to government action taking against them. We heard in regard to HB 2013, some of those same principles apply here as to how we are helping businesses. And those are that businesses were put in harm's way by government action. Their liberties were taken in ways that business owners never dreamed of. This bill will help keep those businesses in business. It will help businesses continue to employ our family, our friends, our neighbors, to provide the services and goods that we rely on in our communities. And it will provide some mitigation to the economic harm that these businesses have suffered. It's not perfect, but as we talked about, it's a solution. It's a good solution to help protect the state general funds. This does not impact tax dollars from the state general fund. And it's far superior to other systems that really aren't in place for businesses without 286. It's an opportunity to keep these businesses as the lifeblood of our communities that we care about. These relief is not meant for the big corporations who have teams and teams of attorneys who can litigate claims for them against a far outmatched resource that they would be fighting if they had to go to court, and that would be the state, the counties, and the cities. Those entities have far superior resources to fight litigation than the small town shop owner, the small town diner that this piece of legislation was meant to protect. It helps employers who are in business to help their employees in our communities. These are Kansans. These are real people who operate businesses in our state. And we want to be a state that welcomes businesses. We want you to start your business here. We want to keep your business here as well. So it's an important piece of legislation. I think we have all heard from constituents about how they need some relief. You've all heard good arguments for this bill from many of our colleagues here in this chamber today. Without it, our businesses will continue to suffer harm at the hands of government. That's not what we want our state to be doing. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will again state that businesses are hurting. They need relief. This is relief we can provide to them, and not bring politics into this, but let businesses file these claims, let them get the relief that we can provide to them. With that, Mr. Chair, I am looking. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage, substitute for Senate Bill 286 as amended for passage. Thank you.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will pass over Senate Concurrent Resolution 1611, and it will retain a place on the calendar. The chair recognizes Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee rise in support.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
The clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Clays in the chair. Recommended, House Bill 2187 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be amended on motion of Senator Longbine, and the bill be passed as further amended. SB 286 be amended by the adoption of the committee report recommending a substitute bill, be amended on motion of Senator Olson, Senator Wilborn, and Senator Warren, and the substitute bill be passed as amended. HB 2313 be amended by adoption of the committee report recommending a substitute bill, be amended on motion of Senator Holland, and the substitute bill be passed as amended. SCR 1611 be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
The chair recognizes the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carried. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and the following bills be advanced to final action and roll call. HB 2187, substitute for Senate Bill 286, and Senate substitute for House Bill 2313.
Again, you have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. The bills on page 2 and 3, House Bill 2187, sub for Senate Bill 286, Senate sub for House Bill 2313. The clerk will read the titles.
House Bill 2187, an act establishing the First-Time Home Buyer Savings Account Act. Sub, Senate Bill 286, enacting the COVID-19 Business Relief Act. Senate Sub, House Bill 2313, an act concerning taxation.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Bellinger, Bowers, Clays, Horson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Ag, Voscadeau, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Urshan. Luce. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Kyle. Reichman. Stefan. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? We have a couple senators missing. Pause just for a moment. Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to change from a no to a yes on 2313.
Duly noted. Are there any other changes of vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think I transposed my numbers as well. I do want to be an aye on 2187 and wanted to affirm that I am an aye, of course, on 2313.
We have that.
Thank you.
Senator from
Still a no on 286, of course. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I'd like to explain my vote on 286. Let's put aside for a moment my issues with transparency, the composition of the board, and the way the Attorney General, who is running for governor in 2022, benefits politically from this role administering this fund. We all know how Kansas businesses have sustained losses and financial difficulty because of the public health measures our community used to mitigate infection and prevent death from COVID-19. They do deserve help to recover from this pandemic. However, this bill ignores the very same impact the pandemic had on Kansas workers who ensured that we had access to medical care, food, shelter, childcare, critical infrastructure, and other essential services, taking on a disproportionate amount of risk. Some Kansas businesses undoubtedly suffered during this pandemic. Many Kansas workers died. They had no less earned the same financial support we're offering our businesses today. I vote no. And I would like my comments in the journal.
Duly noted. Are there any other explanations of votes? Senator from Reno?
Thank you, Mr. Vice
Senator
President. For S-Sub for HB 2313, this bill is a multifaceted bill that helps so many Kansas citizens. It gives much needed financial relief to our pandemic response haggard small businesses. It provides economic guide rails for decision makers during future emergency declarations. And it provides property tax relief for our lower income elderly and our disabled veterans. This is quality legislation that makes Kansas a better state. I am very proud to have played a role in its development. Thank you.
I'd like to have your words spread on the journal. Duly noted. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I'd like to join in the remarks of the Senator from Johnson.
Duly noted with her permission. Yes. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau. Duly noted. Thank you. Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With his permission, I would like to join the remarks of the Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Duly noted. Thank you. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With his permission, I'd like to join the remarks from the Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Duly noted. The Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice President. With her permission, I'd appreciate joining the remarks of the Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, and I can hardly believe it, with his permission, Mr. Vice President, I would be pleased to join the remarks of the gentleman from Reno and his explanation of vote as well.
Duly noted. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With her permission, I'd like to join the remarks from the Senator Johnson regarding 286. And with his permission, I'd certainly like to join the remarks of the Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan. Thank you.
Duly noted. Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would also like to join the remarks from the Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan, with his permission. Thank you.
Duly noted. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And with his permission, I would like to join the remarks from the Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Duly noted. Senator for Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
With permission, I'd like to join the remarks of the Senator from Reno.
Duly noted. Seeing no other explanations of vote, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Thirty-three votes in favor, 6 against. House Bill 2313. 35 in favor, 1 against. House Bill 2187. and 26 in favor and 13 against Senate Bill 286. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Announcements. I do have one announcement as chairman of the Joint Committee on Juvenile Justice and Corrections. There will be a reorganization meeting Wednesday, May 5th at 8 a.m. in room 546 South. Approval of the minutes and election of new committee membership and leadership. Seeing no other, the senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Ways and Means will not meet today. We were going to meet after session, but we're not. We will meet tomorrow. I'll announce it on the floor. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The House and Senate Fed and State Conference Committee will meet tomorrow after the first recess of the second House. And the subject will be House Bill 2137, House Bill 2252, and Senate substitute for House Bill 2138. That'll be in room 144. The Senate Republicans will caucus at 9 a.m. at room 548. And I yield to the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator Francisco from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in our regular room 287 North. I yield back to the senator from Cali.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, May 5th, 2021.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. No. Opposed, no. Motion carried. Senate is adjourned.